We are live. Welcome to OnlyCops. I am literally finishing the stream, or should I say the premiere of our Zootopia episode. I am going to be writing solo here for a little bit, potentially the whole stream. We'll see. But we have a pretty rad stream in store for you guys. I want to thank everybody who came from the Zootopia episode onto this live stream. We have it's a reasonably long, it's not too bad, um, live stream set up for you guys. If you guys didn't get a chance, like I said, the Zootopia episode just dropped. It was rather entertaining. He cut out some of the movie just to make it a reasonable time. I think it took us like 2.5 hours to film. It took forever. But thank you to everybody that was there for that and supported that publication. Oh, was Keith first? For the uninitiated, we say hello to everybody at the beginning of stream who's actually here live. Keith, put AKA Dad. As first, so if you want to skip forward to the actual live stream itself, where we do law enforcement based, I guess, information gathering and critiquing, you can wait till I click away from this to the actual playlist itself. You can wait until we've gone by all the hellos for everybody else that's not from here. I myself am Josh, Josh from OnlyCops. I represent our tiny little community here of a couple thousand people that have an interest in law enforcement. I myself was a copper for a little while in a relatively large city and did some things and saw some things. And we have collected both subject matter experts themselves and just concerned citizens, or I guess fans of the channel. So you can check it out in the comments section. The first person I got to thank is Omnidan. He hit us with a super chat. He said, all this work to try and become an officer, and my kid thinks the coolest part of it is that I know a YouTuber. That is hilarious. Do me a solid and tell my son Jack to have a happy birthday. He is 10 today. Well, Jack, lock in. Jack, happy birthday. I'm going to get this in focus for you. I hope you have a wonderful 10th birthday. Your dad is pretty awesome. There you go. I'm going to scroll up and say hello to everybody, as I normally do. I'm currently fasting, so you're going to see me nursing a Zivia this entire time. We are not sponsored. I'm just simping for Zivias because they are kind of my saving grace for like caffeine, guilt-free caffeine that doesn't have any calories or anything bad in it. And for Juan, since he's not here, I'm also wearing merch. Say keep calm and go hands-on shirt. Very much appreciated. But let me say hello to everybody, and then we will get on with the stream. Mason J was also in the chat. Ivana, Malundos, X-Bane, Jeremy flexing his 9-month subscription here on YouTube. I have a feeling in 5 hours when Josh's sultry voice starts coming out of my headphones, I'm going to have a heart attack trying to figure out what the hell's going on because I'm here so early. X-Bane. That is Juan telling us to make sure we catch the premiere. Peacekeeper Chris. Oh, it's actually Peacekeeper Rob from BP. I think this is Garrett, G44 or 446. Christian Halsey, Dorpin. Omnidan is here. Rhino Virus. Easy the Tired. Welcome, brother. Mr. Toastar. Just Christy Jazz Hands. Welcome. She's not first mod, I don't think. Oh, no, she is first mod outside of Keith. Caffeinated. Let It Poe is pretty solid for a seasonal title for Poe. Kimini, welcome. Cosmic Dark Matter. Raira, ooh woo, welcome. Beast Within You, feeling froggy. I said hi to Omnidan and the kiddo. Virginia K, welcome back. How early do you have to get here to be first? Good luck. It's early. It's very early, unfortunately. Tweaky asking how Canes was. He said he had Canes for Thanksgiving. I had delicious. I actually had good food on both sides of the family. I have my wife's side's pretty good cooks, and then my side of the family just kind of crushes food. So I had two good sides. I fasted for like I think it was 40 hours plus before Thanksgiving. Had Thanksgiving, and then I'm on like probably like another. I'll probably make it like 30 hours this week on a fast. I gotta ask the Bill if that's healthy or not, but I'm doing it. Notorious Emu, welcome, sister. Diego, you always kill me with these. The only no yo-yo, just go Diego go. Is that's a name and a half, but I'm gonna stick with Diego. Welcome. Dante Axel. I said hi to Christy. Bird Force, welcome. Arca Valentine. Abs. Small coin Brendan, whatever that means. Let's see. Drago 9161 Lisa Rowe. Zachary Gaming. What? Wait, hold on. Zach Hardy Gaming? I just read Zachary. Shout out to dyslexia. El Pete. High Flying Ginger. uh, Shadow Reaper, welcome. RJ 47 underscore 128. Despite my best efforts, I haven't been able to stop eating Thanksgiving leftovers. Well, you could have worse problems. Custodes, Blurry, welcome. Beast Within You. Sparier, I feel like I'm getting this right. Vessel, he hit us with the 6-7. Let's see. Frag, welcome. He hit us with a 0.9. Bird Force, I was not late. I was waiting for the video to be over. I didn't know when the video was going to end. Don't get mad at me about the countdown. Tweaky, I said hi to. Sarah is indeed here. Mac, I did not miss you this time. And Brave Django, welcome. All my mods are here today. Millennial Potato. I love the new name. Oh, wait. It's potatoes. Potatoes have made an entrance here. Let's see. Gingy, welcome. The flesh will feel starved, but the spirit will be fed. God bless him. See, he gets it. He sees why. He knows. He sees me. He understands me. Wiz for real, welcome. Don't forget Mac. I got Mac this time. Don't get mad at me. Also like to name Sarah. Reminds me of Nana Banana. She sang that song all the time, apparently. My other name was in Polish. Thank you, Wiz. I appreciate it. I don't know who Nana Banana is either, and I believe I've gotten everyone. If I missed you, hit it with the all caps, so that I don't miss you here, and we can get together on stream here. This is going to be really easy. We're still on special thanks to X-Bane. I feel like he's earned that. He's paid enough money into it. I'm going to ride solo for as long as I need to. If I have to do it the whole stream, that's fine because we're hanging out. And I'm good with it. My voice is a little low. Maybe it's because I'm far away from the mic, maybe? Let me know if my voice is actually low. 27,000 subscribers. We did indeed pass that threshold here. It should go up a little bit here in a second, but Uncle Josh does need love, yes. Greg, I did indeed miss you. I'm sorry, Greg. Thank you for letting me know. Did you get me? I was in the bathroom. Yes, Mr. Toadstar, I did get you. Crunch Gooner Supreme is a name and a half. That is, oof. That is, God bless you, brother. Raptor, welcome. Who else did I get? Did I get everybody? I think I got everybody. Anybody complaining about me being quiet? Yes, my love. Oh, well, thank you. The wife is crushing. I got another Zivia since I can't eat food. Second class citizen in California. Welcome. welcome. Savory Salmon, Arca Valentine. I think I said hi to you. If not, I'm saying hi now. I think I got everybody. Small Coin, thank you for leaving it to just Small Coin. Let's see. Millennial, I'd let you hang out. Who is your spirit cop animal? Dumb Bunny, Shifty Fox. What was this? Tubby Cheetah or roided water buffalo. Just saw the Zootopia episode. You guys should sell carrot. Oh, carrot pens would be kind of cool, actually. I don't hate that. Bab, thank you for telling me I'm loud enough. You're always quiet for me, but I'm half deaf. Oh, Virginia, there you go. Ugg French toasty. Young French toasty. That is one way to spell young. But welcome for to stream. Let's see. I think I got everybody. How did you get into the idea of fasting? I haven't really tried it. So for me, I'm weird. I was reading the Bible, and a lot of people in the Bible fasted, so I thought it was an important thing to do. Someone gave me the description of. It was really interesting to read. I was on a podcast, God forbid, but it talked about the one biggest thing that the biggest weapon, should you say, that the devil used against people was food, and I thought that seemed ridiculous. The low hanging fruit was the actual fruit from the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden, and everyone knows that. But a crazier instance, this is the one the guy brought up, was the Israelites. Everyone had seen the movie of Exodus, right? So Moses is like, "Let my people go," and homie's like, "No." The Pharaoh's like, "Pound sand, I'm keeping my slaves." Eventually, a bunch of crazy stuff happens, and people witness all these crazy things. It's literally raining frogs. You got locusts. You get blood on the Nile and all that stuff. And eventually, he lets the people go. Dudes see crazy stuff like pillars of fire, the Red Sea splitting, and all of this stuff. And these people, these refugees, effectively see this, all of it, firsthand. Nobody can act like they didn't see any of this happening and then them getting freed from slavery and all this stuff. And the very first thing that happens is they go out into the desert. And for those of you that have ever read Exodus, they're fed by literally, it's called manna, but this is just food that God just makes for them in the middle of the desert. And the first thing these people do is complain. Like literally, some guy they watch probably the most, let's call it miracle dense period of time in humanity. And the first thing that gets them all is food. It's the guy basically described it as if you can't conquer that, you can't conquer anything. And so part of the fasting exercise, not only is it prescribed in there, there's also some health benefits. I've seen where people will go and talk about there's like cancer benefits for it, like anti-cancer benefits. It's supposedly good for your T cells, all that other stuff. But for me, it's I guess you can call it a more spiritual thing. But you're trying to conquer the flesh, and part of that is me saying I don't need food because technically you don't, right? And if you can conquer your need for food for short periods of time, you can conquer any other vices that you might have. So that's my rationale for it. Also, Spar, thank you for no 6'7" joke. Pretty good on you. I am proud of you. Chris the Cop, he said you missed me, Beach. I will allow him to do. I guess if Chris wants points in a category, he can let me know. But thank you for monetizing the unmonetizable stream. I'm scrolling here. Zane Crusader. He missed me, but I think it's the first time I've ever chatted. Been watching for months. Well, Zane, welcome. Also, Zane is the name of one of my favorite characters in a Brandon Sanderson book. It's book 2 of Mistborn. It's very, very good. Alex, I did indeed miss you. D-Bob, I also missed you. Brian Miner, I also missed you. And Custodes, I think I got. But anyways. It's a Gingy hooking it up with the biblical reason for it. There you go. I thought of it like that. Thank you for it. Small coin. Well, you're welcome. I read sometimes, but it's easier when I have to listen. I get to listen to books. It's easier because of my dyslexia, obviously. X-Pain. time in the OnlyCops stream has reformed me. You know what? Points to chat. You know what? For conquering the flesh and not dropping a 6-7 comment. I have read one book. Pete, I've read a lot of books, thank you. I graduated college, which means I at least had to fake read a bunch of books. Anyways. Yes, you can join the Discord and see the back door fun. What Millennial said. I think I got. Mana is indeed the blue potion. Agreed. It fuels magic. And when you run out, you can't use spell slots. Sam, I did indeed miss you, but don't worry. I got you. I saw you. If you guys have any law enforcement related questions, please drop them in the chat. We will get started with stream. I got another super chat I got to get to. Dropped at 69 comment. It's funny. Emu, I agree. I've been a fan for a while. This is Ivan. Well, welcome, Ivan. Love the content. Passed my academy today. Oh, dude, you sit for Tico, my dog. Congratulations. You got to hit me up. If you're part of the Discord, hit me up and let me know. I will come and bug you. I have a couple more classes I have to do for TCOL training, but the path is to get TCOL certified to instruct. For the uninitiated, TCOL is the board and the licensing board for police officers in Texas. And so part of that is to get part of the teaching circuit and then also to make classes for TCOL so that we can actually have classes worth taking to keep our certification. There's always going to be the mandated stuff, but we should never meet the minimum. We should always try to exceed it in law enforcement. And so I have a long-term goal in the next couple of years to start implementing all this stuff that we're learning here and actually implement them in classes that can be taught both to academies and to current or I guess aspiring police officers to be better at the job. God bless you, brother. One. Anyways, okay, we're gonna get started. Josh using OnlyCops stream footage to training. So hey, to be fair, caffeinated, I have had now 4 different body cams. I saw it in de-escalation training. I saw it in crisis intervention, and then the 40-hour one, which was terrible. I've seen a couple of these. I've actually watched body cams that we've watched here, and I was like, they used to, for the longest time, say, well, we're not going to watch body cam because we don't want to criticize the officer or whatever. And since I was in policing to now, there's been almost a complete 180 in the way that they look at that and say, hey, we can learn from this stuff and use these real world examples, not to just criticize the officer, but to try to learn something from it so that we don't make the mistake in the future. The Army's always hiring. Yeah, the 40-hour CIT was a beating. That was terrible. Anyways, first one.
The city of Aurora is celebrating the launch of a fleet of Flock camera drones to layer on top of the Flock license plate tracking cameras, just as researchers say that Flock's surveillance system is incredibly easy to hack. Our Spencer Soysher has that.
Quincy and Parker Road, eastbound.
Aurora police are excited to show off their new real-time information center and their new partnership with Flock for a drone as first responder program. Aurora already has Flock's AI scanning cameras all over town.
I mean, it's extraordinarily easy. Like 12-year-olds could do it.
Cameras that experts say are quite easy to hack.
It would be about 30 seconds.
You took control of the cameras in under 30 seconds.
Correct. Yeah.
John Gaines is a cybersecurity researcher.
A camera would connect to this, right? But this is like the brain behind it, right?
He bought Flock cameras on eBay and started looking for vulnerabilities in Flock's system before a bad actor could.
The stuff that is running on the devices themselves is also lacking.
He says the security on the devices was so low level, he can plant data on the cameras and was even able to pull footage off of the camera from the factory where it was made.
A hypothetical worst case, I can remote wirelessly connect to this device and plant footage that will result in, let's say, a hit coming up on the hot list and the cops showing up to somebody.
Those issues caught Ben Jordan's attention, a YouTuber and a researcher whose new video featured some of the 51 vulnerabilities that John found.
For the video, I kind of concentrate on the ones that were the most severe.
The most egregious vulnerability, Ben believes, is the no mandate of multi-factor authentication for police. The same thing you have to use.
That's crazy. They don't have at least dual MFA, which multi-factor authentication is just for the uninitiated. If I'm going to log in to whatever account I'm going to log into my OnlyCops account, right? It should have a secondary failsafe to say, hey, well, we need a verified device that we know goes to the user, and we're going to push a code to that device. Almost everyone's probably had to interact with this in one way, shape, or form. In a lot of law enforcement circles, or especially government circles, it's two-factor authentication. So, like, you're going to have like a PIN plus a push device, like a push trusted device. It's a whole pain in the butt. Not to mention, depending on what you're trying to access, especially if it's a intranet as opposed to the internet, which is a closed system. If you're ever going to access it remotely, you have to have like some sort of administrative handshake. So the administrator, you have to notify the administrator, hey, I'm about to access it. You go to access it. It still does the two-factor authentication, and then they allow it to happen. Or you have to like whitelist a device. It's a pain in the butt. It's a good thing from a security standpoint, but they should have agency IT integration, the 1,000%. Because a lot of at the agency level, most departments already have most of these problems solved. If you look at like RMS, which is like how we like our report writing system, that to qualify as a report writing system has to have some level of security because we're putting potentially like pseudonym form information and stuff like this that we're sworn to protect literally in it. So to maintain evidentiary value, all of that digital information in the form of body cameras and all that kind of stuff has to fit within a very secure database so that it can't be tampered with by bad actors and so on and so forth. This is cool, Greg.
To log into your Google account is not required for all police departments to log into Flock.
Where this is a national security risk, like this actually needs to be dealt with because I was finding accounts for sale on the dark web.
Ben says he was able to find police Flock logins on the dark web, though he didn't buy them for legal reasons. Flock responded to this research saying 97% of their customers now use multi-factor authentication, and that around this time last year, it started forcing new customers to use it.
Not having multi-factor authentication on a camera that's logging the location of everybody is just unfathomably bad.
Both Aurora and Denver police told me tonight that they require multi-factor authentication for their Flock logins, even though, Kyle, there is no mandate for that with the company.
Oh boy. So when you talk about the idea of not just somebody getting in and looking at the video, but somebody being able to plant video in there. We just saw that case out of the Denver suburbs where cops told that woman they had her dead to rights, accusing her of a crime. She had to prove her innocence, which she did because they said that they supposedly had video of her.
But it can be so consequential in the fact that you put something on there and people are...
Man, not to mention in the day and age of like AI generated video that could look convincing enough. All we have to do is look at the Karen Reed trial to see where somebody just simply flipped the video and it took just somebody reading it to figure out, oh, this video's been tampered with. Heck, you can look at the Jeffrey Epstein case where clearly there was some tampering happening. Video evidence, this is kind of wild, but video evidence might turn into simply circumstantial just because it's so easy to, I guess, not de-authenticate, but to forge. It's a big reason why like hearsay is labeled as such. It's like, hey, I'm a witness of something and I'm saying that I saw something, right? As a witness, not as a police officer, not as whatever. But that hearsay is so easily cross-examined by an attorney to try to either make you seem like an unreliable witness or kind of a crummy person, right? You might start to see this. We might be cresting into the age where video evidence, where it used to be rock solid, dead to rights. Video evidence when I was on the street, was the gospel effectively. If we could catch something on video, it was a slam dunk case. I mean, almost as much as like DNA would be. That we're going to start to see that get eroded here. Obviously with Flock, some of the things they didn't mention here, I don't want to let that go too long, is going to be the ability to access it. I actually have a good friend of mine that does, what's his name? I don't want to dox him on here, but he owns a company called Gridbase, and they were selling a way to track where all the Flock cameras were so that you could avoid them, which was crazy to me. He had a couple other weird things on there, but he was showcasing how easy all that stuff was in the back end. And this is kind of what happens when they put the cart before the horse. This is very, very common. You see it with the splooge drone. You saw it with those like AI cameras that are supposed to see kids that are having guns or whatever in schools. And you're seeing it here with Flock, where they clearly did not consult law enforcement ahead of time. They made a product, ate a bunch of government money, and are now having to retroactively fix this stuff because they didn't consult with people that are in these circles. And unfortunately, it's going to cost the taxpayer a lot of dollars, but it is what it is. This is a relatively quick fix. That's a software fix. It's not a hardware fix. If it was a hardware fix, this would be far more complicated to do, but we'll see. Flock around and find out. Happy December to everybody. Drew Panman, what's going on, homie? AI is going to kill video evidence. Yeah, I think it might. Gonna see major legislative case law updates over the system for the Flock. Yeah, Adam, I 1,000% agree that there's likely going to be, just because it's a weird. Sorry, I'm reading the chat, but there's gonna be issues with it. And all it is going to take is for one person to make themselves an expert on showcasing how this evidence could have been manipulated in some way, shape, or form. Chain of custody should protect some of this. There's also going to be the reverse, right, of someone who can validate a video and say that this camera records in this certain, like, it's not a waveform, but it's like a video format, and that the metadata within the video is accurate for what we believe unaltered video would look like. That's the one nice thing about the AI generated stuff, is that the way that it spits out the video, there's very easy to identify code within the metadata of that video that says, hey, this was manufactured, as opposed to actually like a camera sensor reading it and putting it out. Again, it's going to be a arms race between trying to simulate real video and actually having real video and then being able to validate it. But that'll be the next frontier for the computer nerds to sort out. Our lone patrolman manning his post. Yes, Buxom. That is indeed me today. It's a secondary reporting system for real-time crime. Oh, millennials answering questions. Thank you, brother.
Okay. So 19-year-old college football player charged with DUI. But we now know he was sober when he was arrested. Last month, the Channel 2 Action News investigation reported on concerns about the accuracy of field sobriety tests for drugs. Channel 2 consumer investigator Justin Gray is live tonight at GBI headquarters. Justin, this family wants others to hear their story.
And Linda, until toxicology results come back here from the GBI, those police departments rely on how police officers interpret those field sobriety tests. That can take months to get those results back. I have McLean Finneran's results right here. They are clean. No sign of any illegal or even prescription.
Dude, and for those of you that have watched these live streams for long enough, you guys know DWIs and SFSTs and all of it is like the most harped on thing that we do here. Because it's important that if you're bad at this, you literally cannot. It's like a sniff dog that didn't know how to sniff for drugs. He's just sitting randomly. It can't just look like a duck and have feathers. Like you have to have a lot more details than that to develop probable cause. And this is the side effect when you're wrong.
Drugs in his system.
When was the last time you smoked marijuana?
I don't smoke.
You've definitely done something.
I drink energy drinks.
Well, you're not acting like somebody that's on an energy drink.
Because I'm nervous. I've never been in this position before.
It was 19-year-old McLean Finneran who called police out to this empty parking lot at Shorter University in Rome.
He said he's leaving the people.
Finneran hit a parked car after studying for a midterm and wanted to make an accident report.
I did what I was taught.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
But police started testing for alcohol and drugs.
Yep, that's what I thought.
A 0 on the breathalyzer. But the kicker for the shorter football team was charged with DUI, spent the night in jail.
Based off the accident that you had and the field sobriety test that we did, I've got enough probable cause to believe that you're under the influence of something other than alcohol.
I don't drink, never have. Haven't done drugs, never have. That's just not what I do. And it's allowed the suspicion that you have.
A GBI blood and urine test later proved there were no drugs in Finneran's system.
Go ahead and close your eyes, tilt your head backwards.
He was arrested based on his performance on this field sobriety test. You thought you did pretty well?
I thought I did.
McLean's parents wonder about the reliability of a test a sober college athlete can't pass.
If we're seeing that this, people getting arrested when they're sober and they're not under the influence, there's a problem.
And a Channel 2 Action News investigation last month, we told you about concerns with field sobriety test accuracy for drugs.
Oh, I actually sent it to the Rome City Police. And I said, look at this.
Turn the shit around, don't move.
Lenny Daniel was also sober when charged with DUI in Kennesaw.
And I said, did the breath test show anything?
So the breathalyzer was 0, okay?
And a Journal of American Medicine study on marijuana and field sobriety tests, officers classified 49% of the sober group impaired. Joshua Ott used to train other police officers on field sobriety testing.
Basically, the officers could have administered all these tests or flipped a quarter.
The DUI charge against McLean Finneran has now been dropped, but he entered the transfer portal this week, feeling he has to leave Rome and Shorter University behind after all this.
Oh, it was stressful, traumatizing because I wouldn't wish it on anybody.
It's wrecked his life. He'll be explaining this for the rest of his life. The DUI charge, when job interviews, et cetera, it never goes away.
And the arresting officer in this case has been disciplined, but not for that arrest. Instead for, quote, deficiencies in report documentation. The Rome Police standing by this arrest tonight, telling Channel 2 Action News in a statement, quote, in this case, the responding officer had sufficient probable cause to make the initial arrest. A prosecutor's later decision to dismiss charges does not mean the arrest itself was improper.
So, in a weird twist here, I do believe that the chief is standing up for his guy, and he's saying to his training and to his standard, he did what we asked him to do. So from that standpoint, I'll give him some kudos because it would have been a lot easier to throw this officer under the bus. But my issue is that training is likely very lackluster. And there needs to be some level of accountability on that training. And any of the officers that are in the chat with me here, it was pretty much never. If not, I can't verify this because I don't have any, but I've never had a kick sheet come back to me and say, hey, you had no PC for this arrest, but I was never wrong on a DWI. Every single time somebody met the criteria and they failed my tests, they had something in their system. Always. Every single time. But we were really, really strict about the training on that, and we were very conservative on whether or not we'd make an arrest. I had a lot of people that were on the line. And I was like, man, I'm barely seeing HGN. And yes, they failed the walk and turn. Yes, they failed everything else, but I was like, HGN. I had a lot actually that would just stop at HGN because I was like, it's barely any of it there, and I'm not going to proceed any further in the test because I don't believe they failed this one, or it's too close, it's inconclusive or whatever it is. So I'd let it skirt. This is what happens, and this is the reason I bring this up. Is it's important to get this kind of stuff right because SFSTs were used for a long time and can be used accurately to establish probable cause if you're doing it for the right reasons and if you're doing it in good faith, if you want to call it that. If SFSTs get thrown out, DWIs are going to be pretty hard to qualify because you're going to have to completely rewrite the book on it. And I don't know if there's going to be a good way to test for that, which is going to become problematic because it is a big issue in a lot of cities that have bars. Obviously, a lot of fatal accidents, a lot of other stuff that comes out of this. But this is the reason why good policing is incredibly important and why we're always kind of advocating for it. Because before fitness standards, before firearms quals, before what gender you are, being able to conduct a good investigation and do it both morally and ethically is considerably more important than all of the above. So I missed a super chat. In Australia, they have come up with a handheld drug test for drivers. Takes 30 seconds to give results on most common drugs. I saw something. I remember this came up when we were playing, what's it called? police simulator. I thought it was weird that they could test for marijuana on a breath test, which I thought was kind of wild. A PBT, or just the blow, like the field blow test that you see a lot of people use, was it admissible in court for us? So in Texas, almost across the board, most agencies wouldn't use it because our DA's office didn't like it as far as evidence is concerned. In a lot of our courts, like, so the judges didn't want to see that for evidence. They would get that tossed. Defense attorneys had a very easy job tossing that. We're actually going to get some attorneys on after the winter break to actually discuss this. They actually specialize in DWIs specifically to address this problem, which I'm fascinated to see in. But we didn't use them for that very reason. So we always took blood, and those blood samples was how we determined. Now, obviously, blood can be tested for drugs, but I had no way of determining whether or not, I didn't have the training to determine if this guy was just high on marijuana. So that was going to have to be, I'd have to get a verbal for that. But it is interesting. Did I miss any other super chats? I did not. Okay. DWI night? I think it'd be a blast. THC breath test won't work on edibles. Well, there you go. There you go. Bryson, notice me, only cops. Welcome. It's only cop tonight, but yes, I will notice you. No refusal Thursday. Oh man. I'm making sure I don't miss anything. I don't think I did after that. I said hello to who I said hello to. Just a kicker, so no biggie. They do take blood after the arrest. That makes the most sense because that's like actual evidence as opposed to the breath test here. But this is why it matters. The more cases like this that come up, the more likely you are to get either an appellate court or a Supreme Court ruling that says SFSTs are no longer valid, and that's going to be a hard time. Count of cognac. Oh my god. Emus taking notes over here. There we go.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I'm Al Jones, the Chief of Police for the City of Arlington. Today, I'm excited to announce that the partnership...
It's my old city. I left right as he was showing up. Shout out to your boy.
...we launched with University of Texas at Arlington earlier this year led to an arrest in a 34-year-old cold case. Earlier this month, homicide detectives obtained a warrant, arrest warrant for 63-year-old Jenny Perkins on one count of capital murder in connection with the death of Cynthia Gonzalez. Before I share more about that, I want to give you a little bit of background on how we investigate cold cases. Like all police departments, our resources are finite, and we have a lot of different needs that we have to address as an organization. We don't have a full-time cold case unit. Our homicide detectives work cold cases in between their regular active cases. But one thing for certain, what never changes our term determination to solve them, to deliver the victims and their family justice. On September 17, 1991, 25-year-old Cynthia Gonzalez was reported missing by her ex-husband. She was last seen that night leaving for work, and she was never seen alive again. A few hours after she's been reported missing, officers found an abandoned vehicle in the neighborhood of 900 block of Cedar Springs Terrace. Her family said it was unlikely for that she wouldn't tell anyone where she was going, or to leave her vehicle unattended like that. Officers began looking for a possibility that she could have been possibly kidnapped. On September 22nd, 1991, a property owner in Johnson County reported finding the body of an unknown woman that was dumped on their land. The woman had been shot multiple times and was decomposing. Tragically, the medical examiner's office later confirmed through fingerprints that the victim was Miss Gonzalez. Through the years, detectives looked at multiple possible suspects and pursued every lead, but they were never able to actually make an arrest in the case. As I mentioned earlier this year we launched a new partnership with UTA, giving select students an opportunity to review some cold cases. One advantage of the program, the students can devote significant time and energy into these cases. The students were given Cynthia Gonzalez's case this semester. Now I'll have Professor Eden come up and make some comments.
One, I think that's incredibly based and cool. UTA is actually within the jurisdictional boundary of Arlington Police Department. I actually policed just north of it. Technically, my area of operation encompassed it. I was on the north side. But UTA's, I have a relatively large campus, but your voice and volume is low. I don't have to tell you, homie. The wind god, homie, this is as loud as it gets. Yeah, it's literally as loud as I can make it. I wish I could do more. Turn it all up. It's the best way I could do it. Arlington needs to give out more stickers. What happened to what cops used? I used to give out, actually, totally unironically. If you Google it, this was in 2021. I was one of the very first commendations that Al Jones gave was actually to me and Bill. There's a news story about it somewhere. But we gave a sticker to a MHID kid, or a kid that had very real mental health needs. He called 911 when he shouldn't have, and rather than charging him with a 911 hang up, we gave him a sticker, and we got caught. And so he did a write up. It was a puff piece, but we did give out stickers back then. Sorry. The beast within you, chill.
Thank you. It is indeed a pleasure, a tremendous pleasure to be here with you today. I started a career in law enforcement-based activities back in 1975. I know you can't tell, but I'm really old. And this is basically a culmination of things that should be happening. And I've worked with many police departments through my time. I've worked in crime labs from 1975 until I left Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office in 2012. Throughout my entire career, I taught college-level forensic science courses as well. And so I've been teaching at UTA since probably the early 90s, and recently they're always asking me if there's any new courses I might like to develop. And this was one that came to the front. We started talking about this potential, and I could not believe that it was actually going to happen. But this fall, we chose 19 amazing students, and we do have some of those students here today, and I would like to introduce them. If y'all could come up and just quickly give your name.
I'm a criminal justice major with a forensics minor.
My name is JC Concannon. I'm a biology major with a forensic science minor.
So I just want to point out, everyone here fits the bill for criminal justice centered majors. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of North Texas, so I can't judge, but they all fit the bill.
I'm Jenna Lewis. I am a criminal justice and biology major with a forensic science. I'm Samantha Underwood with a psychology major with a forensic science. I'm Mohammed Ademoya. I'm a criminology major with a minor forensic science. I'm Western Maris. I'm a justice major with a forensics minor. I'm Karina Reyes. I'm a criminal justice major with a forensics science.
You could have given him a mic.
I'm a chemistry major with a forensics minor.
You guys would think, hey, you think I'm quiet. They didn't have a microphone.
Thank y'all so much. And I do thank them so much for what they've done. They have made this class. This is about half the class. We have 15. This is 8, so there's another 7 that couldn't be with us today. These are some of our outstanding students at the university who make these classes that I teach so enjoyable for me, and in this particular case, productive. To have a class that is productive is amazing. So y'all can sit down. I know y'all love this being in front of the camera thing, but yeah. Let me tell you how this started. It was about a year ago. We were in a CR.
Okay, points from media for this camera work. If Juan was here, he would take the points off. Sorry. To whatever WFAA person that is, I'm judging.
CJ week, we call it, where we're bringing in people out in the field, law enforcement and others, to share with our students what they do. We're trying to give these college students new insights into careers that they can have, how they can make themselves marketable for those careers, and we try to give them all the information they need to prepare them for moving forward. Well, when we had that, Sergeant Ritchie from the APD came over to do a presentation on a cold case. It was actually a case I had worked on many, many years old, because this was a really old cold case. And I kept hearing him as he talked during this presentation about all the things he was trying to do in getting that particular case solved, which he did. That's why he was talking about it. And it was, by the way, of a UTA student. But he kept saying, I just don't have enough time. I just don't have enough time. I lived that life the whole time. I still do live that life at UTA, but I lived it in crime labs, trying to make enough time to work on the cases, to do everything I wanted to do to solve those cases, to help the
Adam just outed himself. Brother, I see you.
investigators have the information they needed to move forward with their cases. There are not enough people in crime labs. There are not enough detectives in departments. These people need to be supported so much more. But I just had this idea. I kept hearing him say, not enough time. I'm like, to go through the files is what he was saying. And I'm like, I've got these brilliant students that have time. They're coming to school. They have to be here. They love good classes. I wonder if this would work into a course. And so I started talking. Professor Davis, Dr. Davis at UTA was my then supervisor, and she had a lot of contacts at APD, and she took me over, and we sat down with Chief Dishko and
I'll show Chief Dishko. Very cool guy. Oh, he got promoted since I've been there, but shout out to Mr. Dishko.
Lieutenant Ritchie and some others, and had these conversations about, would this work? And they were so supportive. They were so for this idea. And so working with university officials and bringing everyone together, that all happened. And here we are in 2025 fall with our first case, 15 students in this class. APD came in and brought them just these little flash drives that turned out to be massive amounts of paperwork that these students have diligently gone through. class period by class period, and by class period, our classes are normally 90 minutes. Every time I would come in, I would have office hours before this course. The students would already be there, okay? The students were there hours afterwards. I stayed with them afterwards. I came in early many times to be with them and try to guide them in any ways that I could. We got them information.
Trying to fast forward through as much of this as I can so I don't subject y'all to this. I think this is fascinating, like genuinely fascinating. So I'm sorry you guys are stuck to just watching me watch this, but I think it's very, very cool.
They needed, and they worked so hard. I could not be more proud of these students. It's all about them. They have done the hard work. And it is just indeed my pleasure to be here and let you know that's how that course started. We have it on, and by the way, these students were chosen. I was given that ability to go through applications and choose the ones. And some of their essays that they wrote were just amazing as to why they wanted to take this course, because they did want to help law enforcement. They did want to help the families of these people whose cases have not been solved. So they are very dedicated to what they've been doing. They've been a great class, and I just thank them so much for all that they've done to make this work. And I was told to keep it short. I'm not good at that. But I just wanted to thank everyone, the university.
Adam, chill. Don't be making fun of yappers. I identify as a yapper. Chill.
And especially Arlington Police Department and everyone I've worked with, Chief Dishko, Sergeant, everybody that I've worked with there has been so amazing. And I thank every one of you for allowing me to have this opportunity to be here and share my students and their work and see this case come to fruition. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to everyone. My name, yes, I'm sorry, I was supposed to do that. I was prompted to do that. My name is Patricia, Patricia Eddings, Eddings. Thank you.
God bless you, Patricia.
As you just heard from Professor Eddings' discussion, the students were very proactive in communicating with our detectives. In this case, they asked several questions about a woman named Jane Perkins. Our detectives were intrigued by the questions, so they took a deep dive into the case file, learning everything they could about Ms. Perkins. Ms. Perkins was a friend to Ms. Gonzalez, who would frankly hang out with her. Detectives of the 90s looked at her because they learned that she and Ms. Gonzalez had shared a love interest. Prior to the murder, the love interest told Ms. Perkins he was calling things off with her to be with Ms. Gonzalez. Ms. Perkins could not provide an alibi for where she was that night Ms. Gonzalez went missing. She had failed 2 polygraph tests when she was asked if she knew who killed Ms. Gonzalez. She also made some disturbing statements to investigators saying she was glad Ms. Gonzalez was dead and that she had thought about killing her herself. Ms. Perkins maintained that she was not involved in the murder and the polygraph are not admissible in court, so she was never charged. In reviewing the case file, our detectives learned that witnesses had come forward stating that Ms. Perkins admitted to them if she was involved in the murder and provided them specific details. Detectives compared those specific details to the evidence, and they aligned, showing that Ms. Perkins knew information that only a killer would know. They believed that they had probable cause to arrest her.
Mega base.
After consulting with Tarrant County DA's office, they obtained a warrant from Ms. Perkins. On November 6th, she was taken into custody without incident. Our homicide detectives recently attended Professor Eddings' class to deliver good news to the students, and we want to show you a clip of them and their reaction to the news.
Dude,
Professor
this is
Dean,
cool. I am genuinely jonesed about how cool this is. I'm going to get into the discussion in a second. I'm letting this play out.
Make some remarks.
Well, that's cool. We couldn't hear it, but he announced it. That's cool.
Proud of our students.
Okay, everything else is going to be an impact statement. I don't want not to disparage that, but I'm looking at it from a law enforcement context. It has been a rather big push of mine personally on the assistance of what I call non-sworn staff. You can call them support staff, but it's going to be non-police officers that are helping with some police officer tasks, right? He talked about not having a lot of time. That's every single agency I've ever talked to, period. If anybody that's currently a police officer that has to deal with any administrative tasks outside of just patrol, anyone that's currently applying to be a police officer, every single one of them, I'll get to it when I can. And that is the life of a cop, right? You're a public servant. You're never going to catch up with your workload. It is kind of just a slow grind of death. She looks like she did it in the mugshot. That does track. Pete, let me put words in my mouth. But Dougie, welcome. But anyways, the rationale behind this is that even if let's say I had like an administrative assistant for investigations, right? Even if that I had the budget for it on, let's say it's like $25 an hour, $15 an hour, whatever it's going to be. The problem with maintaining that individual, if they have to be sworn, which is a police officer, I have to send them to academy. There's a bunch of continuing education credits. They got to go take alert training. They got to get firearm certified. They have to have a uniform. You have to have a patrol car for them. There's all of these like ancillary things you have to do just to simply do investigative work that all really just, it requires time, not necessarily genius, if you want to call it that. There are some expertise or experience that you can really only accomplish by interviewing people that are suspects of crimes, which is kind of why beat cops end up becoming detectives, because you've worked thousands of domestics and you've interviewed thousands of people, and so you have some of those hard skills that you kind of need on the investigatory side, like as far as like interviewing people and all that other stuff. But it doesn't mean you can't develop those skills in a non-sworn capacity. Same thing with the whole flock system. Everyone working on that could be at a non-sworn capacity. Records keeping, evidence keeping, allow people to just become little baby subject matter experts of their individual tasks without having the bulk of your staff have to be peace officers. Now, it's nice because I can bolster staff. Like, let's say a disaster hits, I can take all of my detectives and all of my people and just push them out into the field if I really needed to. So there is a benefit to that. But the reality is most of the time that's not the case. You could also solve a lot of that problem with it. What I plan to do is be a reserve peace officer, where I'm not a full-time employee, but I maintain a certain level of readiness, just like with the military. And if something pops off, boom, I'm calling all of these reservists to action because I need them to be at a certain level of readiness to be able to intervene on behalf of the public. But all of these day-to-day things, from an investigation standpoint, cold cases, hit-and-run reports, all that stuff, you just need people that are motivated. And clearly, our channel is an example of highly motivated individuals that are interested, at least from an ancillary standpoint, in law enforcement, and do have a heart for like public good, if you want to call it that. And there's just a ton of possibilities where honestly, a lot of y'all would be great applicants for it, but where people could make a difference and don't necessarily have to go put on the gun and badge. Though I know that's the sexy part of policing, it's really not where crimes like this get solved and victims end up getting as close to like restoration as you can. Obviously, you can't de-victimize people, but you can at least give them some level of justice by applying that time. And that could be done all the way down, I would argue, damn near to like the high school level. You start taking seniors in high school that want to do internship programs. Obviously, college is an excellent place to do it. And then really like on a community outreach standpoint, they do like citizens on patrol and citizen police academies where you're not really helping at all. Versus being able to do something like this would be very, very, now it takes a lot of learning. You have to get a lot of expertise, but they're the motivated people that are willing to go and volunteer some time or just be less expensive than it would be to make them a cop first. I think this is incredibly valuable and can solve a lot of the manpower issues that we're currently having in law enforcement. Some of it's we got to get better standards, got to get better laws on the books, let's be honest, and a better police culture. But I think ultimately there's no way we're recruiting our way out of this manpower shortage. The actual task of going and working domestics and accidents, that's always going to be within a sworn peace officer. There just has to be. It's the reality of it. But all that back end stuff, I would argue none of that should be sworn. Or you might have sworn supervisors, right, that kind of look at that and handle the training side of it. But most of that should be non-sworn staff, in my opinion, or support staff. Poop on the company toilet. Millennial. I don't know what you guys are talking about here. Jeez. I'm scrolling, making sure I'm not missing anything. Physician's assistant. Yeah, I could see that. Honestly, what Frag's mentioning here with like a police assistant, I think that would be huge. Made my days, some hardworking vigilantes. Oh, well, we have, at least it's a positive comment section today. Do you think sending social workers to respond to mental health crises? So I've addressed this a couple of times. Social workers, ironically, are not who you want. You want mental health professionals, because a social worker, all a social worker is deciding on Do you qualify for certain programs? The VA is a large social worker, right? So a lot of people have a misconception that a social worker could just flip a switch and make stuff happen. Either you qualify for government programs or you don't. That it doesn't take a rocket scientist to do that. Or really, I'd like to see mental health professionals go out on mental health calls because they have a lot more training on one, what an actual diagnosis would look like for these people. So they understand the nuance between somebody that's just got a touch of the tism versus someone that's having full blown like hallucinations and like dissociative episodes. They can get into that kind of nuance. They can help be good witnesses for that so that we can leverage the information they've gathered by interacting with that person in crisis to get them better help than a police officer would be able to do. I think they could easily, there's plenty of examples. Canada has a great program where it's just they have a mental health peace officer and they're tied with, I think they're like a nurse with mental health expertise, which is kind of rad. They can address the medical component to it, but then also the mental health side of it. They work as basically a fancy medic that has some background. That's probably a better solution than a social worker, just because they really can't help you that much. They don't have the mental health expertise or any of the de-escalation training or any of that. Social workers don't come with a background that would be helpful in that environment. But a mental health professional would be. But this is going to have to be somebody that comes from like a clinical, not a clinical setting, but like a treatment center or something like that. You can't just take somebody with a degree and throw them out there. It's a weird place to be. When you're interacting with a guy that's living out of a dumpster and is convinced that aliens are out to get him. If you've never experienced that in the wild, that is not your first day on the job is not a good place to experience that, is what I'm getting at. Want to give a shout out to my girlfriend. Shout out to Kimini. She's the best girlfriend anyone could ask for. I also love her. Love you. Well, Kimini, we're glad. It's always good to be in positive relationships. My wife is my other half, and I would be less of a person without her. Schmang. To some activate. We're talking about voting today. But what is a mental health professional going to do on an MHID call that involves someone assaulting someone, holding someone hostage, or mesh? That's kind of my point, Virginia, is like they can maybe, it is easier. Most mental health calls, are not what you're describing, where it's a hostage situation. Most mental health calls, I'd argue like 95% of them are going to be just, they're causing a disturbance, right? They're pooping on the sidewalk. They are sleeping outside and people find it weird, so they call you to go out there on a welfare check. They're getting in fights with other people that are homeless, but they have mental health issues. The other people are just homeless or crackheads or whatever. In most of those situations, a mental health professional with actual treatment experience is going to actually be rather helpful. They're also going to have some medical tools at their disposal, kind of like a paramedic would, to maybe help with that situation that just police aren't going to have unless you're dual certified. But yeah, hostage situation, all that other stuff, that's what cops are for. We're designed to do that. I would never send them out there by themselves. I would always have some sort of law enforcement. We're the peacekeepers there, right? We make sure nobody gets hurt. So, yeah, exactly what Millennial said. It becomes an assault and not a mental health call at that point. Once you start to have crime, we treat the crime first. We arrest on the offense, and then we deal with the mental health side on the back end. So, on to the next one. This is a fruitful conversation.
On February 23rd, 2024, an officer stopped a woman suspected of driving on a suspended license.
All right, hon. Is this your car?
Yes.
All right, hop out.
So on the return, which is the reading that comes back, if you run your license plate, there's going to be what we call a return. It's on your little computer there. It'll say typically who the registered owner is. In Texas, we have insurance tied to that, and it's also your vehicle registration is tied to that license plate hit. In this instance, that return told that officer that this person, at least the owner of the car, had a suspended license. They said, hey, it is the owner of this vehicle that happens to be a female. You're right. He's going to see that on the driver's license return for the registered owner, that they have one or don't have one, that the registered owner had a suspended license. It's a, young female. There's a young female driving the car. That's good, reasonable suspicion for the stop. His very first question should have been preceded by, hey, stopped you on an investigative stop because the owner of the vehicle has the suspended license. I'm Officer so-and-so from whatever police department. There's a 7-step approach could have been applied, but he's not doing anything wrong here. But he verified that she indeed was the owner of the car. She volunteered it because she's an idiot. Didn't, observe her 5th and 4th Amendment rights. And once she admitted to being the registered owner, he's got, damn near PC for an arrest at this point, but is the land speed record for PC and arrest, but we'll see.
Where are you heading? What are we driving around, like all around the parking lot for?
No, I had to use the restroom, so I was going right here.
Okay, where are you originally? Like, where are you coming from?
From work.
From work? Where you work at?
At the airport.
Actually, a very good line of questioning. So he's now established that she did indeed operate the motor vehicle on a public roadway. Currently, she's in a parking lot. So, on its face, you don't technically have operating a motor vehicle on a public roadway with a suspended license. But with her verbal admission of it, he's developed that rather quickly. This is actually good investigative techniques being applied here. He's getting the elements of the offense for driving with a suspended license. All of them. Not just some of them, but all of them, because all of them are required for the arrest. Not bad. Who is this? I brought this up before, but the VA has started teams in plainclothes police and crisis-trained clinicians to go out and handle mental health calls for vets. Mac, here's a potato for Mac, but that is probably the best possible solution for those type of calls, in my personal opinion. It's expensive from a manpower standpoint, but if you have a trained dispatcher that understands that, hey, this call likely needs a mental health officer or the mental health team to go, and you get the right check boxes to kind of go, I think it makes a ton of sense to have an on-call team like that. I think it's great. Whoa, Sarah having a finger malfunction. Oof, that is a spicy meatball. Admitting the car was hers was by far the only dumb thing she says in the video. Christy, wow.
The airport?
Yes.
In Daytona?
Yes.
So what are you doing here?
Coming right here. This is the first person that I can use the restroom.
So you came all the way from the airport in Daytona to come here to use the bathroom?
They were all close. Yes.
That's crazy talk. Where do you live at?
In Hollywood.
So you think driving to Hollywood where you live at is going to be faster than driving to the shores?
No, because normally I go and I work.
These are a bit superfluous as a question, but maybe he's trying to get factors for intoxication or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what his line of questioning for this is, but it is what it is.
Work out.
He was doing good.
So that's why I was coming here.
Okay. Do you have a driver's license on you, registration, proof, insurance?
The backup officer was a little slow to getting here, but this is exactly where he needs to be. Making sure she's not pulling a Draco out of the center console to go smoke her boy. There's very good backup policing here.
This is normally where I go.
Go for bathroom usage?
No.
DUI?
To watch
It's
out.
not that easy.
Okay.
For George,
Okay. Where are you actually coming from?
coming from work to,
Okay, what did you drink tonight? I'm going to hand you your car back. I don't need that. What did you drink tonight?
I haven't drunk anything.
Okay, what did you drink?
I was going in here to,
Let me ask you something. Are you aware that your driver's license is suspended and it got revoked in December?
and that's why I was in here, because I needed someone to come get me.
But you drove from work here?
No, because that was the thing. I was trying to get everything.
Okay. So, can I
You're bad at this. Also probably high, but it is what it is.
talk to you? Okay, we're going to put that down, and I'm going to talk to you for a second, okay? Can you just come run here, please?
Young French toasty gets it.
So, clearly, you can hang out. I'm gonna stand in front of you. Okay. You drank something tonight. I can smell it. Okay.
Something that I didn't know that I was even drinking. That's the thing. That's why I pulled over here, because I know this.
I understand. Did you consume any alcohol tonight? Like, honestly.
Honestly, I didn't know. That's what I'm telling you. I didn't know.
You didn't know that you consumed alcohol?
No.
Where did you consume alcohol? Was it at this mess right here?
No.
So where did you consume alcohol?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I didn't want to get anybody in trouble. I'm just trying to.
Okay. So I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna look at your eyes real quick. Okay. So this is gonna give me a better gauge of what's going on, right? Do you mind just looking at her eyes? Is this a separate thing? Could you a little bit more depth at it?
You just want to step on toe, but
Oh, he's got all the questions, and he's got to go do HGN, and he can't. Duh. Now, it could be that this guy's a DWI officer, and maybe he's a subject matter expert, but I'm assuming this youngin just doesn't have a lot of these under his belt, so it is what it is. Rule number 1 is if you're going to do HGN, just as like a solid rule of doing this correctly, maybe don't have the flashing wee-woos. Just leave your backlights on. Like nobody's going to hit you in the middle of this parking lot. You're going to be fine. So turn off your at least front flashing lights just so that HGN is going to be a bit of a better test because the light smacking, bright LEDs smacking her in the retina is probably not great for her successfully doing the test. Or you can simply turn her around to make sure that her back is to the flashing lights. But it's pretty weak on old boy not being able to do these. That's all the questions.
I'm not at the S1 investigation, but we're just gonna, if you want to get a gauge going, I'll watch.
Can you stand feet together on your side?
Ask the questions.
Feet, like touching together. All the way together. Like touching, like this.
Like your shoes are touching.
It's not that important. As long as it's as close as it can possibly, there could be like some weird medical issue. I always asked before I had them try to stand in this position, all the medical questions. Do you have any injuries that would prevent you from standing for long periods of time? Ankle, hip, knee, whatever, back. Do you have any contacts? Do you wear any kind of corrective vision? Are you wearing them now? No, right? Have any head injuries? Have you taken any medication today that might affect your eyesight, your balance, whatever? Ask all those questions beforehand because you really shouldn't even be starting SFSTs if they don't qualify. It's important. This is why there's training on this. And this is why they're called standard field sobriety tests. I've got to ask these questions first, but I'm assuming they're both new at this, but it is what it is. LP, y'all, throwing me with my dyslexia.
There you go.
There. All right.
Also, the flashing lights are still going in her eyes, but whatever.
See the tip of my pen?
Didn't
I'm
ask.
going to have you with your eyes, and your eyes only, not moving your head, following the tip of my pen. Do you understand?
This is asking a few.
Do you understand what I'm asking you? You going to follow the tip of my pen?
Either way, you guys are gonna like take can you just?
Are you willing to finish this exercise?
Can you please just?
Just talk to Officer Mikey for a second. I got this.
Are you willing to continue with this?
So we're just gauging right now. So, okay, so I'm gonna go on and talk to you about this then. So basically, my interaction with you thus far, basically what I can smell and what we can kind of see in your movements. I believe you're too impaired by the influence of alcohol or drugs. Probably alcohol. Can I finish? So basically, right now, I'm gonna be conducting a DUI investigation. Okay. So what I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna ask if you're willing to perform field sobriety exercises. Okay. This is gonna be able.
So we started field sobriety tests without getting consent on field sobriety tests, and we didn't ask any of the disqualifiers, and we didn't turn off the flashing lights. We are bad at this, boys and girls. The initial stop was excellent. I thought that the questions were very efficient. There was no like sassafras attitude or anything like that. They established that she had driven here. They put her as a registered on the car. They have rock solid PC on her having a suspended license. But SFST's potato, Moses. Potato. There you go. All of this feels as the Emerald is saying here, inadmissible in court. If there was a defense attorney worth his salt here, this would be pretty easy to kick, especially the order in which this is going. It's important. These things are important. It stops like this that get case law brought up that makes all of it inadmissible, even though there is a way to do field sobriety test and determine whether someone's drunk or not. They wouldn't have made it admissible in court if it didn't go through a lot of trials. So doing it poorly does not help any of us.
For you to show me that you are capable of operating 100%, okay?
But I'm telling you, you can take every like.
Okay, it's a yes or no.
I'm telling you, you can take everything. That's why I stopped.
Okay, it's a yes or no. Are you willing to perform field sobriety exercises? We're not walking back over there. Stop. Stop. We're not walking back over
Take that as a no.
Are you willing to perform field sobriety exercises?
Take that as a no.
It's yes or no.
I've already complied with everything.
I know, but I'm asking you. Yes or no. I need a yes or no answer. Are you willing to perform field sobriety exercises?
It doesn't matter. You're gonna take me anyway.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. I'm giving you the opportunity to show me through field sobriety exercises that you are able to safely operate your vehicle.
I don't hate his insistence on a yes or no, but typically if I had to ask more than 2 or 3 times, I'd say anything other than yes, I'm going to take as a no. And then she would hit me with, well, but you're already going to, okay, I'm going to take this as a no. And then move on. Just because you don't want to be stuck in this back and forth, and it's a big waste of time.
Yes or no?
Yes.
You are? Okay.
Oh, good on him, though.
Sure.
You got consent.
And you've already.
There's a small chance that somebody could see that as coercion, but I think that'd be much harder to prove. But she is consenting to standard field sobriety test. Maybe we can recover this investigation, yeah?
What, he already what? That's not, no, that is not, you can't contest that in court. That's just a gauge to see where we're at. For Charlie.
That's objectively not true, but whatever.
13 Central. Stop walking back to your car. Nope.
Yeah, we moved in slow motion to prevent her from doing that. Pennsylvania v. Mims, right? Traffic stop, controlling the movement of the driver. There's also some other stuff on just any investigation. Once I have reasonable suspicion of a crime, I can control my suspect's movement. I don't need to invoke Pennsylvania v. Mims just to have that. Do you ever have anyone refuse SFST? Oh, yeah, all the time. Yeah. And not arrest them? No. I had enough. If I was already going to SFSTs, I probably already had verbal on a lot of other stuff. I never had a true like S tier suspect that I was like really on the bubble for whether or not they were drunk or not. Like I had a lot, but not enough that I felt like, hey, SFSTs are going to make or break this investigation. They really shouldn't for you. You should have enough for the blood warrant before you even start SFSTs. They're really designed to just be a confirmation of your suspicion or your probable cause, to be honest. There are ways to do it. Typically, that happened with a verbal admission of alcohol consumption. Within a certain amount of time, you could kind of look at them and see this is a small person or a large person. They said they had 15 shots of vodka in the last 2 hours. The likelihood that these people, I have probable cause to believe this person's hammered, right? I found them in a ditch, right? They stumbled out of the car. I asked them if they have any injuries. Are you injured? No, they don't need EMS. I didn't see any apparent injury. I'm like, well, why are you falling all over the place? Well, that's because I'm drunk, stuff like that, which did make it a little bit easier. We had EMS check them out. EMS is like, they don't have anything wrong with them. Blood sugar's fine. I don't see any apparent injuries. They signed the release form that there's nothing medically wrong with them. The last thing I have is that they're drunk, right? There's a couple different ways to do it that I did it without SFSTs. I still had to get a warrant because they refused everything, but I've never had someone refuse and not go to jail. I had plenty of people refuse it, and I had to develop probable cause some other way, but the blood evidence is just evidence. Right, so that I can confirm in the court of law, I have the capias, right, of my crime. I have the actual physical evidence to confirm what my probable cause was. But it's a little more complicated than I lay it out here, like in these streams, but there's a way to do it. Where there is coercion, there cannot be consent. I agree, Frag.
I'm not doing anything.
You're not sitting in your car. Put your hands behind your back.
I haven't done anything.
Put your hands behind your back.
Now you're resisting.
Stop.
I'm not doing anything.
It's 10:15. Okay. Charlie 13 Central.
The radio can wait till she's in handcuffs. Just food for thought.
Had anything.
Adult female 1015 for DUI. Can you change the header, please?
Millennial gets it.
I haven't done
Ossifer.
anything. It's what I'm.
Do you understand that we're trying to perform field sobriety and you try to sit in your car?
No, I didn't. You done.
What do you mean? No, you didn't. I just saw you. That's how we pulled you out of the car.
Sir, I haven't done anything.
Can you stop?
Shut the door.
I haven't done. I
Put her in
haven't
a
done
car.
anything.
Let's do some scene safety. Yeah. It's like you've never been resisted ever. Shout out to Gloves,
And you're not supposed to be driving because your license got revoked in December for DUI.
which you could use as at least a conversation piece on the DWI, right? But at the very minimum, there are a lot of states that will allow you to arrest if they're driving suspended. I'm going to tinkle for 30 seconds. Give me a second. Promise. Count it on the clock right now. In chat, 30. Okay. Oh. How did I do? Oh, no kitty, unfortunately. Sorry, Lisa. Like the 69s in chat. Okay. What's Max saying? 30 seconds. There's no way he washed his hands. Frag, I would have you let you know that there is, I am less than 10 feet away. Actually, I'm probably less than 8 feet away from my bathroom, and I am able to wash my manitos. Don't forget to shake. Virginia. They can't be getting any of that dribble on you. At least 3. 31 seconds. Oh, Greg, my dog. Millennial. That's sus. It takes 1 minute to wash your hands. No. Moses, it takes 1 minute to wash your hands correctly. It does not take 1 minute to wash your hands. There's a difference. Anyways, we're back on.
And I haven't done anything.
You're not supposed to be driving anyway.
But I haven't done anything. I'm not responding to you.
Okay. We're just going to hang out. Okay?
No, because you guys are going to take me to jail.
Oh, yes, you are going to jail.
Put her in a car.
I'm just gonna have him
Search intent to arrest. Put her in the car. Take her.
shut the door. I'm just gonna ask you while we're here again. So we're gonna give you the opportunity once again to perform field sobriety exercise.
Dumb. No. Absolutely not. This is stupid. Just so. You have driving on a suspended license. You can, depending on the state, arrest for that. If you don't think you have enough for the DWI, let it go. Right? Take her on the suspended. What you don't do is take a potentially combative person out of handcuffs so that we can just fight them and add a resisting charge later. It's just not worth it. If you didn't have it before and you don't think you have enough for the warrant, don't do it. If you think got it, or at the very minimum, go write the warrant. If the judge will approve the warrant, that's on the judge, right? They approve the warrant, you get the blood. Now you have all the evidence you need. Good luck getting that kicked, right? I got a warrant. It wasn't a warrantless search of a person, which is what we're currently doing. We're based on consent or coercion at this point, right? We are not taking this lady out of handcuffs. Like, you've never been fought before and it shows. Golly. See, Tommy gets it. Tommy, God bless you, brother. He gets it. Not an idiot here. Dude, also millennial. You see, we have reasonable adult police officers here. God bless. It's a proud dad moment. Maybe I don't. I guess they're dual certified. They're dual certified idiots, is what they are. Stupid. We're not doing SFSTs after this. In zero CPR certified.
If you choose to do so, okay? So it's going to be a yes or no.
I don't want to tell me either way, but
So what was the answer?
I'll perform it.
It was wrong? Okay, so we're going to follow after Mikey. Okay, so you got your left foot on the white line. I want you to put your right foot.
Points from suspects for falling to coercion. I'm kidding. She's the victim of official oppression at this point, but
In front of your left foot, heel to toe. So I need your right foot in front of your
he's
left one.
pumping
Heel to
resuscitation.
toe. Just a little bit more. So
I gotta use that.
Nope. Okay, look. We'll try this again. So your left foot is on the white line. Your right foot needs to be in front of it, heel to toe. You see how his heel is touching his toe? Okay, that's good. Now put your hands by your side. Okay, this is your starting position. You're going to remain in this position until I tell you otherwise. Do you understand? Well, I'm going to explain. We're going to demonstrate the exercise. We're going to...
Now they skipped around, but I wonder if they asked any of the disqualifiers. You know, medical predisposition to having nystagmus, all that. Because we didn't get CHGN, so they just skipped to one leg or the walk and turn. But whatever.
Continue to stay in that position.
Well, and Adam, what's worse is they got a line for it in the Sally Port. The fact that they're doing it in the Sally Port, have a line set up for it, means this is common practice. Means these guys are like institutionally idiots when it comes to DWI investigations. They're from Tennessee or something. Wild.
Until I ask you to shoot anything else. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
I know, but it's
Okay, so get back in. Okay, so do you? Okay.
I do, but is not a yes.
So go back in the starting position for me, okay?
Yeah, if you're doing a DWI investigation and don't have DWI paperwork, shame on you.
So like that, okay? So like I said, your foot's on the white line. Just like so my right from my left, okay? So I'm gonna take 9 heel-to-toe steps. Once I get my count, out loud. Once I get to my 9th step, I'm going to take a series of small turns and then take 9 heel-to-toe steps back. So look like 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. But you won't do it until you get to your 9th step. And you'll take a series of small turns. Sorry, okay. Like so. And then you'll take 9 heel-to-toe steps back. Okay, you maybe answer how you feel like.
This. Step up, run, this. 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 This.
I was trying to be more than
So remember, 9 steps.
This. This. 2 minutes.
Yeah, you got them out loud as well, but wait.
I think I'm fine.
Okay.
4. Go ahead, on this one.
Yep. 9 heel-toe steps back on the line. The line. Okay, the line.
Not this one.
You got it, baby
The
girl.
line that we started with.
Okay,
next to it.
Surprise, surprise. She failed the walk and turn. That is a very common thing to fail. She's going to fail all the rest of these. We're going to move.
So I keep going up there, C.
Okay.
Dog. Elephant.
You just have to say the letters. So C,
Oh,
D,
so the
E.
Okay, sorry. So.
Okay.
So. I'm sorry. No.
Just walk past the car.
Yeah, we're gonna follow you. Okay, well, I'll answer your questions in a second.
Resisting weak. The driving on a suspended license was easy. The resisting was a pretty weak charge, especially because she allowed herself to take SFSTs. This DUI gets kicked so fast. Like so fast with a half decent lawyer. Oh, this kills me, dude. I skipped the best part. Christy, I'm not about to watch the rest of this. I don't know what I skipped, but I'm sorry. Without violence. Has a checklist been established for SFSTs? ATC has a checklist to make sure you configure radar displays correctly. Yeah. So yes? Question mark. Like a lot of this stuff, we had like an unofficial checklist was the best way I could describe it. But most of the stuff is that conditions have to be met for SFSTs to occur. So they can't be exempt in any way, shape, or form through like an injury, some sort of pre-existing condition, or sometimes it's just environmentals, right? It's raining cats and dogs. I can't find a location to conduct SFSTs fairly. I'm not going to conduct them, right? I don't mind the Sallyport thing if you move them all the way over here just to do the investigation, but I'm not transporting someone in a car just to do this. That's kind of wild, unless they're just hammered, right? I think it's just a procedural thing. People think, oh, it's DWI, so I need SFSTs for a rock-solid conviction, and that's simply not the case. I need to have enough evidence to have probable cause for a warrant to get the blood to showcase that she is impaired like I believe she is. Standardized is indeed hard for some, yes. But the investigation itself, yeah, is very straightforward. It's based on consent. I cannot apply for a warrant for SFSTs. I also cannot compel someone to do SFSTs. So, like, I think this gets overly complicated because the officers are just kind of dead set. And I don't know if it's training. It's not training. I think a lot of this is just culture, or it's the SOP, or it's the norm for them that I have to get, you know, it's kind of the same thing like a domestic assault. I don't have to get a verbal admission. I don't have to necessarily see an injury to make an arrest. There's a lot more nuance to an investigation than that. You have to be able to articulate it. You have to be a little more than room temperature intelligent, right? But I don't know. The way that these are taught and the way that they're conducted in the field is by far one of the weakest things that we do in law enforcement as a whole. I'll take 40. Do I think that this was a good arrest on the driving on a suspended license? Yes. Do I think that this lady was intoxicated in some way, shape, or form? Probably. We just conducted a really bad field investigation on it, right? Did kind of baby HGN, then didn't, then try to con her into it, had really poor scene management. We got lucky that she didn't actually want to hurt anybody, and this wasn't like a D1 defensive end, right? Get into a fist fight with a guy that we weren't ready to get in a fist fight with. Anytime that you are only okay because the suspect deemed it so is going to be a fail, for us at least. Refresh the playlist. Hold on.
On February 23rd,
I have refreshed the playlist. Okay. I'm going to keep going. Yes, Good Boys did indeed get 2 million. Shout out to Keith's not here to see it, but Good Boys did indeed get 2 million. High Flying Ginger, yes, their entire police force is 15 years old. The big reason why I'm wanting to go into reserving to help some of these kiddos out, because it has been a struggle. This hurts me every week. I have to watch this. But it's because nobody's there to help them. So they don't get any better unless you have people that know any better to go help them, and that's clearly not happening with their administration. So.
A Tempe bar with a history of serving underage drinkers has been busted again for the same problem. In just one night, Tempe police tell us they arrested almost 250 people at Tempe Tavern in an underage drinking operation.
12 News journalist Chase Golightly is joining us live at Tempe Tavern now. And Chase, this is the second major bust within a year at this place.
Green Bay, Mark, that's right. And that first one was considered the largest underage drinking bust Tempe police has ever seen. That is, until last night. It happened again. Tempe Tavern near Arizona State University packed beyond capacity with underage customers. On Thursday night, dozens of Tempe police officers swarmed the area and arrested 249 people for underage drinking and providing fake IDs. It's the largest underage drinking bust Tempe police has ever seen. The second largest bust, also at Tempe Tavern. That one happened not even a year ago. In April, police arrested 167 minors for the same thing, underage drinking and providing fake IDs. In this case, the State Department of Liquor Licenses and Control cited Tempe Tavern for accepting fake IDs, failing to protect the safety of patrons, and more, writing the high number of underage individuals and the acceptance of unauthorized identification indicate a significant failure by the establishment. Then you had another bust in February of this year, where 2 Tempe Tavern workers were arrested for serving booze to minors and accepting fake IDs. I called Tempe Tavern's owner to see if he wants to talk about this latest bust, but he didn't answer.
So Chase.
So there was a place called the Night Star in Arlington. Shout out to Agtown. That had this exact same problem. I missed it. Thank God I missed it because it was a paperwork nightmare. But I think we arrested like 40 or 50 minors that were drinking underage. And shame on the Night Star for facilitating that. They're right off of Watson. I'll dox them. That place is terrible. But off of North Watson Road, it's 360 basically here in DFW. But they're just south of Carrier Parkway and just north of 30. Not to be any more specific. But yeah, it wasn't 249 people. That's a lot of people. But on this one, shout out. This is a lot of paperwork. It's like kind of every single one of those kids, one, they're minors. So that extra sucks. It's a ton of extra paperwork. And two, each one of them are being charged individually. So it's different. Like it might be a single report with a bunch of suspects, but it's a lot of paperwork. So I'll give a shout out to them for doing the paperwork. We're going to take some points from suspects for bad suspecting, way to get caught, and then some points from society for commercially facilitating the drinking of underage minors. And the only reason why I bring it up, I'm not saying kids can't go have fun and be heathens or whatever, is that when you put a commercial dollar sign to it, it tends to attract human trafficking, even individual exploitation, where you're starting to get like a 23, 24-year-old guy around a 16, 17-year-old girl, right? And vice versa. Older females around younger males. And bad stuff can happen in that environment. So to facilitate that kind of thing, especially as like a public establishment, it's one thing you throw a house party and you're having a hard time keeping track of who all's there. There's a way different ball game. Lot of outcry statements will come out of a situation like this. Or won't, and that's worse because you end up having victims that aren't getting treatment. I understand people are trying to make money. I understand people trying to have fun. Kids are going to be kids or whatever. But it's not until you've had to work a call like that that you understand why it's important. That we combat that. Young French Toasty gets it. Yes, he is correct. Brett, welcome. Did I miss somebody? Tempe's a college town. Yeah. UTA had a couple bars that were like this. The Full Assignment. Oh, is this place still open? It's called The Lack of, and sometimes they might not have the levers to close it, right? So the like alcohol, we had TABC here in Texas. I don't know what it is over there. But the regulatory agency they can maybe put a lien on it, but it takes months to get something like shut down, permanently actually shut down. It's a little more complicated. Just because they don't, in America at least, we don't interfere with commerce as much as we possibly can, because taxpayer dollars and whatnot. That's it. Breakfast at Tiffany's. Holly Glightly? Froggy, is there any way this could be spun up as a RICO case, or is that wishful thinking? So RICO's going to be a bit more complicated, only because, like, in this case, I'm assuming they're going to say that it's the business owner or the manager on duty that is allowing this to happen, right? You could say that the person who's checking IDs or each individual bartender is in cahoots with the whole thing, right? Like, so they're all on the take for all of this money. This is a very big money making operation here. So if I can get 3 or more, right, is now organized crime, you could go the RICO route because someone's having to not check these IDs, right? Potentially someone facilitating the sale of these IDs. And then obviously the establishment for doing it. Maybe if you can create a connection, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. It's just hard. Ricky, he said, sorry for thank you for monetizing the stream. He's from not that part of Oklahoma. Is there training? Yes. So I think to work in a place that has a liquor license, you have to take training. Anywhere that accepts cash, there's some training on how to fake or how to how to fake IDs, how to see and identify fake IDs. The same thing for money, like how to see fake legal tender as clearly not legal tender. There's some training. There's also tools nowadays with real IDs. You can scan them. And so they just had a scanner and it would validate or invalidate that ID right then and there. Now, you wouldn't seize it or anything. I don't think that there's any obligation to seize it. You just would refuse to serve that person, likely get them CT warned or whatever. But there's definitely some pissed off parents. But yeah. Anyways, we're going to keep going. Those are my people. APD's making it here again. Oh, stupid. Well, there you go. Doxed ourselves a little bit here. Dumb. I'll let this play for my vigilantes because I'm sure they're the ones that put this in. They are the ones that put this in here.
Hey, how you doing? This officer service.
This is going to be Bill's body cam, and this is going to be me.
Police Department. Hey, so we got a 911 call. Fort Worth got a 911 call.
From here?
From a phone number that got me here.
Okay. Call 911. Is he okay? Yeah, he doesn't know.
Is he okay?
Oh, he's fine. Come here. Come here. Say hi. Say hi, policeman.
How you doing?
Hi, buddy. Let me see your phone. Let me see your phone.
Did you call police?
Sorry. Yes.
Well, it's very serious if you call 911. Okay, we do show up.
We don't call the police when we don't need them. Okay.
Get doxed, nerd.
But I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's okay.
Well, it's okay. Well, thank you for your apology.
So anyways, yeah. Long story short, we felt bad because we didn't have any stickers, so Bill and I went back and we dropped off the sticker for the kiddo. It was funny because they didn't show it in this, but the parents were basically both former law enforcement. I don't remember where they were former law enforcement at. But when we showed up to give the sticker, we tried to just bounce. We didn't turn on our body cams. I don't even think we marked out for a call. Or we did, but it was like a bullshit call. And we just wanted to give the kid, because he loved police. Like, it was a big deal. He loved fire and he loved police. And he was, like, tickled to death when we gave him stickers. And we tried to dip. And the dad that was there, shout out to them because they're wonderful parents for that kid. I think the kid was, like, in his 20s at that point. And had a very severe disability. And anyways, he forced us. He's like, well, I need your name and badge number. And I was like, I don't know that I have to give that. And he was like, no, I know you have to give it up. So we had, I still have a couple actually. We call them Sandra Bland cards or Sandies, but it had our name and our badge number and the phone number to call a complaint in. So it's like a way to call our supervisors. And he compelled it out of us. And as ironically, I talked about this earlier, Al Jones was new to the department. We were one of the very first person to receive comment. I've saved people's lives and work shootings and whatever. And this and Crossbow Boy, one of the very few times I ever got an actual commendation or I guess a reward for policing. But as the one I didn't want to get. We didn't do it for that. And it's a weird feeling, I guess, when you're like a public servant. We didn't do it. I didn't want recognition for it because what was more important to me was the kid felt safe about police. And the parents weren't upset with him to try to make it like a more positive environment. But of course, they jumped on it like a puff piece and the stupid media unit ran with it. And anyways, it is what it is. That's for misuse of 911. We definitely could have, yes. We definitely could have. But anyways, we got super doxed, but it is what it is. I'm gonna keep scrolling. Lock him up. Y'all are some hoes. Anyways, we'll keep going.
Shown you police body camera footage before. Officers on the ground, behind the wheel, even running toward danger.
But tonight, a new perspective. Body camera footage showing why one Milwaukee police horse and his partner just made history.
On today's to-do list, not much. Grazing, napping, and flashing the occasional smile. These days, retired Milwaukee police horse Tanner is settling into the quieter life.
What does retirement look like for him, do you think?
Initially, it was a little hard for him, right? I mean, it was just the quietness. He wasn't used to it.
But Tanner's peaceful hoofbeat
Good boy.
once pounded through chaos. It's October 2024. Officer Elmir Mistrak and Tanner are on patrol right near Deer District.
He's a police officer too. He's just 2,000 pounds. So he's trained to run into gunfire. That's hard to train a horse to do that, right? All of their instinct is telling them, run away from that.
Multiple shots were fired near Water and Knapp Streets. One person hit.
The biggest thing is getting innocent people out of the way.
Other officers chase and arrest a man on foot. A gun is recovered, but the incident isn't over.
You saw something on the out of the corner of your eye.
And we seen, a suspect chasing the victim down the street, kind of shooting at him. With the height advantage, and we're 10 feet in the air, I'm able to see this thing play out right in front of me. I kind of gave him the cues and put him in gear, and we went towards the suspect.
No, get out of the way! Put the gun on the ground!
As they're dodging people and dodging cars,
You dropped the gun right there!
the second man surrenders.
He just turned around like, okay, I'm not going to outrun a horse. Right in the city of Milwaukee.
That chaotic night is what earned this duo a Meritorious Service Award, the first ever given to a Milwaukee police horse.
I hope they kind of look at it and see the bravery, right? These animals go above and beyond what a normal animal should be exposed to.
It wasn't the only time Tanner charged into danger.
He's a solid horse. We've had incidents where we chased other gunmen down after the Buck Championship. Luckily with the trust, with me on his back and the cues, he ran into gunfire, no problem. I mean, didn't even hesitate.
Tanner's career helped build trust on Milwaukee streets.
Kids will come up and they'll just hug his head. He stands there like he knows you don't want to pet a police car. You don't want to pet Tanner. So they'll come up, they'll talk to me, they'll tell me what's going on.
Tanner is known around here as a gentle giant. Gentle enough to even let me ride. Walk on.
The Percheron horse retired in May after 15 years of dedicated service, but alert as ever.
I think he knows what we're talking about.
Oh, he knows.
Now he's enjoying new friends and a more laid-back routine.
So he can...
It's a puff piece. I really don't like service animals in policing. Man, a horse like that gets shot or hit by a car or something like that, and we all feel like D-bags about it. But we're the ones putting them in harm's way. I'm not saying that this horse doesn't have some level of sentience and knows that he's in a service-oriented thing. I mean, obviously he's trying to be there for the handler, but they don't get to pick the line of work, so compulsory service feels kind of weird, at least from an American standpoint. And I get it. This guy feels cool getting to have the horse, and it makes for a cool puff piece, and we can go give the horse an award. But, like, I just feel bad that they can't consent to doing it. I'm not saying they wouldn't if they could, but I have a weird feeling about it. And I would argue that in all of the money that gets spent on maintaining this horse, we could have vehicles, drones, other officers, whatever. Our mounted unit was completely volunteer, so there was people that already owned horses and, like, knew how to ride them and all that stuff. I think it was their trailer, their everything that they got, like, APD blessed. They didn't do patrol. They didn't do all that other stuff. But they would ride around and be cute or whatever. But our mounted unit was not a patrol unit. Didn't answer 911 calls. Didn't do stuff like that. They would do parades or whatever. I don't think it's fair to the animal, in my personal opinion. Also, they don't do very well. They're not really designed for urban environments, like horses in general. Just they are not made for that. The surfaces you're having to run on, sure, you can go put hooves on them or shoes on them or whatever, but like, they're not really meant to do that. If this was a big open field, sure, I think it'd be great. I think in a like rural environment, there are some advantages a horse could give you over like a motorcycle or a patrol vehicle, but like in the middle of a city like that, there's not a lot this horse can do that a car can't, or a motorcycle can't, or a bicycle couldn't for a lot cheaper. And we're not having to expose this animal needlessly to danger. But I could see it in like county. I could definitely see county utilizing this. If you're going to have livestock issues, a horse is a much better tool than a lot of other stuff, especially if you have a skilled end user on it. But in an urban environment and when you're trying to react to a gunfight, like, it's pretty suboptimal. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise. Kids are asleep. I can now jump in if the car's lonely. Oh, yeah. Where are you at, millennial? Where are you at? Hop into a VC and I'll pull you. I just have to know you're there. Yes, small coin. Horses are effectively expensive bikes. Bro, Tweaky is not at all what I said. Okay, I didn't say anything. I didn't offend anybody else. I just don't like it. We'll give some points to good boys because technically this counts. We'll be generous here. I'm gonna take points from municipals for endangering an animal. I don't like this. I disagree with this. Hold on. I gotta click buttons now. Millennial, don't say anything inappropriate. You're here. Hold on.
I am in fact here.
We have a representative of Deputas now. There you go. Now I can pee break without shame. I'm not leaving
No
that.
shame.
Hold
You
on.
can leave it running and I'll take care of it.
Oh, you said leave it running. Hold on. Stand by. I have fixed the stram. Okay, we're on. Oh, I got a question. Rural cop, because I was not one. I don't know that you're necessarily count as a rural cop, but horses?
So we don't have any mounted horses because we are semi-rural.
Right. But I mean, like,
but I deal with them. Yes.
yeah. But I'm saying, like, I feel like it would be more useful in rural areas. Like, in an urban environment, I pretty much want nothing to do with a horse. Maybe in like a riot situation where weapons aren't getting used, like there's no tear gas getting thrown, no OC. It's just like a bunch of idiots that cave the second they see the horse. But like, it's not like we have gas masks for them, you know?
No, you don't. But the horses sometimes sit high enough where the gases can dissipate and not bother the horses as well. They also tend to test them. They expose the horses to some of that stuff.
No, but I mean, like, I feel like that's mean too. You know what I mean? Like, you got to do it if it's going to be a service animal. Like, we're worse to canines. Canines have kind of horrible lives, to be honest. But on the scale of dogs, even working dogs, because like a sheep herding dog's just having a blast the whole time. You kind of torture canines to make like a Malinois sit in a car for the better part of a couple of hours.
I feel bad for them when they have to do a pursuit. That dog is flying all over the back.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Because there's no safe way to do it. Like, we're not making like dog specific ways of keeping them safe. I have yet to see a gas mask I've seen them for a dog, but I have not seen one for a horse. Scuba for the horse. That would be wild. Anyways, we'll keep going. Is this your people or my people?
I can't tell. Hang on.
This is looking like your people.
It kind of looks like Deputas. We'll see here in a second.
This has got a Deputa vibe to it.
He's doing the speed limit, so I don't know.
Oh, that's fair. He's going non-code.
First and goal to go from the 7. Hawks right up on the football. Washington State.
So this is Arkansas State Police. It's Arkansas at least. The Hogs, right?
He's listening to the game.
The Razorbacks.
Listening to the game.
Oh, he turned it off. He's not trying to get in trouble. Well, something caught his eye.
That dude on the bike?
Yeah.
Pull back about 4 minutes. Show me back 10-8. Yeah.
Not hearing any radio traffic.
Nope. Oh, it's because he's not in pursuit, okay? He's just testing a siren. Oh, man. The green light.
14, Portsmouth.
There we go. We're in pursuit.
Got some guy on a dirt bike trying to run from me.
Okay, this feels very county. That's all I'm saying.
This is leading into the deputy range.
There's a toothpick or dip in this man's mouth. I think you got reckless. I'm not saying I hate the encounter, right? It's a little sus on how long it took him to get on the radio, but that's a collective law enforcement problem. But I think you can articulate reckless.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. He's riding into the parking lot.
Yeah. He's going back eastbound to Casey's on Rogers. It's a white male, white shirt, black shorts, black dirt bike. He's getting back on Rob's Avenue.
Oh, he's cooking.
Yeah, I guess I am. We're back westbound on Rogers Avenue.
Yes, I am indeed in pursuit.
He is reluctantly in pursuit, and I support it.
And we're going down Phoenix.
There's already risk associated with motorcycles, and this guy's got no helmet.
Oh man, I'm pushing for the Darwin Award here, but this is a pretty liberal pursuit policy. He's got perfect, reasonable suspicion, if not probable cause, for the crime. He's watching it happen. But kind of what you're saying, with no helmet, the likelihood that he hurts anybody else outside of himself is pretty low. I'm not saying it's zero. It's obviously low, but I can respect the posture that some agencies have, that if you run from us, we catch you. I do respect it. I just did not come from that culture at all. We were very risk adverse. No helmet on a motorcycle. Yeah, we let that birdie fly just because it's not worth killing this dude over, and he's going to kill himself riding like an idiot. But he's a skilled practitioner of the dirt bike. I do respect it.
And going down Mazard. Going in highway.
He's cutting it.
Yeah.
Coming through Aldi, going back out onto Zero for Phoenix.
This cop's done this before a few times.
Dude, he's kind of crushing to keep up with a bike like that and having to like turn and shuck and jive. That thing's way more agile than now. Could also be a V8, which would help him a little bit here, but this is excellent driving. Not to mention radio traffic on his orientation. Like he knows exactly where he's at.
Well, I
also
like that
not
he's not
chasing him. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's giving him a second to see where he goes, and then kind of
he's
jumping in where he needs to.
And I will argue this is strictly in the realm. Typically, deputies, in my personal opinion, deputies and state troopers always do better at this than city cops. It's kind of like when you watch a soccer game. There's the like young kids that they just kind of, it's a big mob and they just all chase the ball. That's city cops. You can see it with LAPD every single time anything happens there. Versus you deputies and state troopers just kind of, they let the play unravel, but they play actual soccer where they're sitting in positions and it looks more like a foosball table and less like a school of fish. This is that is a y'all's arena. If it was setting up a perimeter, I'll tell you what, we're pretty good at that.
Yeah, PD's good at setting up perimeters.
We're very good at that and letting someone else handle it. But
and less planning.
Yeah, exactly. But deputies do a lot better. Just the county and state in general do way better at this.
And now he's at Jiffy Lube parking lot.
Jiffy Lube.
He doesn't have anywhere to go. I don't know what he's doing.
Also, that going out over the radio tells me this is deputies. We
also tells me he's done this before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but we didn't put on anything that wasn't like strictly informational.
Back on Mazard.
There's a cheeky dispatcher somewhere putting he has nowhere to go in the call text.
And continuing through Rogers, still on Mazard. Turning into back Walmart.
Oh. He almost let his intrusive thoughts win there.
Right now we're going
Not the guy with you.
back down Mazard. Going back toward Rogers. He's going into oncoming traffic now. Or he wants me to stop him.
Oh. Come on. Come on, Soup.
Back on Rogers, going
Come on, Sarge. Oh, I bless this.
Karma for the win.
He put a little bit of pressure on him, and the guy had to react because he looked over his shoulders like, oh, this guy's trying to pit me. And in that little moment of distraction,
Homeboy clearly hasn't raced before.
Yeah, he did it. This is called a maneuver kill in aviation, but in patrol we call it a self pit.
Curb for the win.
Yeah,
Curb for the win.
You have overestimated your ability to drive, and oof, that is. Oof.
See the curb for the win. The curb did it right there.
Man, that was a lot of. Hey,
Hey, Rick.
no accident report of mine.
Now he's on foot.
Here comes the foot pursuit now.
He's going into the ditch.
Take your car in the ditch.
He's in this creek right
He's
here.
thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. I really want to get out. That's ASP, yeah.
And Taser's already out. Look at him, he's just walking with it.
Or is that his gun? Might be his gun.
All right, let's go a little flat for a gun. I'm gonna call that an X26.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah, it's yellow. That's definitely his taser. It's got a little whistle and everything. What a cutie. This guy go swimming or what?
He was trying to meet somebody at that Casey's.
In the dumpster. Right around the dumpster.
Those citizens for the win points.
I was gonna say society out here holding it down. This guy got up on it. He put it in third gear to tell this guy what's up. He says, in there in the dumpster.
Over here.
Arkansas ain't got time for that.
Dude, no kidding.
River Valley.
You're talking about a
Family
pro
Street.
police place
These
to
dumpsters
work.
over here beside the car wash.
Oh no, dude. These are the old ones too. Think about how much trash this has seen. Oh. He's gonna be right.
He's gonna OC the dumpster.
Oh, I blessed the hell out of that. That's the pistol.
That one, yeah.
I don't know what it is.
He buried himself in there.
That's really the River Valley General Center, I believe. We're there.
I'm waiting for the dumpster to like open up for a second.
Everyone's like, nah, he's in there. Oh, he was behind it. Oh, bro, he passed the stealth check. Oh my god, that's how. Honestly,
on, state boys.
Honestly, points to suspects. That is wild.
I expect better, state boys.
I'm gonna take points for it too. So we're gonna give for driving, good radio traffic, and staying with him. I'm gonna say we're gonna give 40.
Hold on. Yeah, you know, you're gonna over under here. I'm saying 30 because of the good radio traffic and driving. He doesn't get a full clip.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with that because he like it. Literally, he's right there. He walked within a foot of this guy, and that boy rolled 25 to not be seen there. That's wild.
He got a 20 on his stealth enchantment.
No kidding. That's wild.
Right here.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I got it. I'm hurt bad.
You ain't hurt that bad.
No, my collar.
Oh, that stinks. 10-15.
He was in there at one point though.
Oh, dude, he's got to be right.
My collar. What? My collar. The one that you're pushing on, sir.
Hide and seek pro level.
I made a dumb decision.
Ricky.
Can we talk about his haircut for a second?
Why are you running?
This one or this
I
one?
got scared. I'm not from here.
No. The cops haircut. That's an instant ticket.
Yeah, that's high and very tight. That is my boy's on his way to a mohawk here. Like
his top's almost flat.
That's what I mean, dude. This guy's a problem.
So you run from the police? You run from the police, the place you don't know?
I'm so sorry. It's not you. It's me.
I know it ain't me.
No gloves.
I'm scared. I just got scared. I'm gonna take my bike out. I just got here yesterday. Yes,
He just came out of a trash
would have happened?
can.
I would have checked you out, be like, hey, don't be doing that. We would have went on our way.
Yep.
All right.
He seems like a winner. Remember I was talking about those underage parties where there's like 20-something-year-olds interacting with teenagers? This guy.
Yeah, taking a few of those down.
I'm saying, dog, you find this dude there, and he takes off on his dirt bike, and I'm like, that I chase for. I'm like, look, Sarge, hear me out. He's fleeing a party where there was minors. I'll guarantee there's gonna be some sort of outcry statement. Like, just let this one go, man. Let me get this one. Come on, Sarge. Think about the kids. Oh man, that's funny. Greg Pierce, Ricky, and caffeinated. I as well can smell this call, and he is disgusting. Haircut screams straight to jail. No. The haircut screams he's also going to get a ticket for failing to signal, failure to maintain a single lane of traffic, driving without a license, no insurance. It's like FMFR or whatever. This guy's about to get machine gunned with tickets on top of the arrest. Criminal trespass for getting inside that dumpster, just attack a charge on for giggles. Resisting without violence. The whole nine. I took from troopers, or I gave the troopers technically. What did I take? I don't remember anymore. Suspects we took from already, or we actually gave points for the sneak, and then society they got points. I feel good about that.
This is Security Gate 4 at the USAA campus in San Antonio on March 18th, 2025. Watch closely as the security officer steps out of the guard station. Here it is again.
One of my coworkers, Chuck Soros, came out of the
sig for the loss.
God dang, dude. What was it the Fed boys? Is that where we're taking this from? Our society.
Technically, it's federal military base and military checkpoint.
Let's take this from the Feds for not learning their lesson. That's pretty bad. That's the most obvious one I've ever seen on like it being a negligent discharge, or not even. It's an accidental technically, but or uncommanded is really what would fit probably the best.
It's not even negligent because negligent implies that he had it in his hand. The thing was in his holster.
Right. A little bit of a wiggle. The amount of times I have more violently struck a Gen 4 Glock while it was in its holster and it didn't go off. But every time I've ever gone to the ground. Every time
Staccatos are more reliable than that.
Bro, for real. Yeah, like you have to do something pretty heinous. It can happen, but you got to do something pretty heinous to a 70 series 2011 or 1911 to get it to go off. That was a belt shake at that.
As the security officer steps out of the guard station. Here it is again.
I don't even know if it was a shake. Let's see if I can see this again. I mean, he like hiked his belt up. What a bad time, dude. Jeez, that's sketchy. Oh, had that thing pointing at your femur, your whole shift. I would have taken that thing right off after that. I'd be like, I need a boss. I need something else. This is stressing me.
Coworkers, Chuck Soros, came out of the guard shack and immediately as he exited the guard shack, his gun just went off.
Officer Chuck Searles' service pistol discharged. You can see the concrete explode as the bullet hits the sidewalk. What was your first reaction to that?
We didn't know what happened.
Matthew Gill was one of the security guards on duty that day.
My coworker had a burning sensation on his arm, and I had a burning sensation on my face, and when I pulled out whatever was there, it was metal. It was a shrapnel.
Gill says their USAA-issued service pistols are 6-hour P320s. He says Officer Searles' P320 went off without a trigger pull.
Officer Searles said that, man, my gun just went off. And he was like just freaking out, like hands up in the air, and we were just dumbfounded, we didn't know what to do.
Gill says he was warned about the 6-hour P320 because of a previous incident.
It was mentioned to me when I first got on board USAA that Officer Jones in 2021, his firearm went off and it shot him in the leg.
And Gill says there was a third incident over the summer.
That happened on September 26th on a Friday at the firing range. On the same day they changed out their holsters.
Gill says he tried to raise alarm bells with USAA about the 6-hour P320 and the numerous reports of the P320 going off out of the blue. Over the last year, I have tracked 3 incidents in Texas where officers say that P320s went off without a trigger pull. One in LaGrange, Marble Falls, and Houston. Gill says USAA fired him for speaking out about the pistol. USAA didn't comment on Gill's employment, but they did give me a statement regarding the March incident and the incident under investigation at the shooting range, saying, quote, "We have no greater priority than the safety of our employees."
It would be like post the Pinto incident happening and being like, yeah, but we're going to keep our Pintos though. Like, you know what I mean? There is no greater priority. That is objectively not true because it is more important for you to, even if it's like, let's just say it was just by reputation. I'm going to give SIG the benefit of the doubt here and say that this is somehow, magically, there's something about the P320 that gets people to be stupid with it, right? Maybe. It's like lever guns. People want to spin them when they don't realize like you're chambering around as you're spinning it. Like
Also, let's be real. How close you get to that trigger, depending on the hammer position that you have, is really sketchy.
Yeah. And so like
That's a hair trigger.
But let's say there's nothing mechanically wrong with it or whatever. If the priority was truly safety, why not get guns with manual safeties? Yeah, why not give them revolvers? Why not give them, if safety was the end all be all on it, just give them rifles. Those are way safer. Carry condition 1, or whatever, or condition 3 or whatever it is, car ready, something. If that was the case. This is a hollow. Oh, you don't want to take it from admin on this one. Where's admin? This is on y'all. That's some trash. Can't say something like this and then not, because it's when we talked about this with he immediately laughed. We both kind of chuckled when he's going to chase a guy on a motorcycle without a helmet. Public safety being the priority. If this is a non-felony offense, we let that birdie go. I let a ton of pursuits go that Tarrant County would have ran until the wheels fell off. Grand Prairie was particularly heinous. They'd chase you for looking at them sideways. And we used to joke about that. Like, it was a policy that we could not help Grand Prairie in pursuits because they were likely not chasing for something that's within policy for us. But we can stand by saying public safety is the priority, because at the penalty of letting misdemeanors go, we didn't chase people because the juice wasn't worth the squeeze on taking a criminal off the streets for a misdemeanor.
That is exactly the saying that needs to be said. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Because if your base offense doesn't necessitate the press that you're pushing,
right,
what's your goal at this point?
Right. So at the very as many complaints as I had about my administration at the time, I can't argue with that their policy didn't line up with what their alleged goals were, because it was apparent in the policy that was actually their priority. This is a very hollow statement from USAA.
And went on to say 2 weapons that were unintentionally discharged were thoroughly assessed by the weapon manufacturer, a forensics lab, and USAA, and no evidence of a mechanical failure was found in either instance.
So they're admitting it happened uncommanded, but it's an act of God.
But it's not a mechanical failure.
That's great.
I want to know. I want to know the mental gymnastics that it took to come up with that statement.
Well, you see, Sarge, the switch on my switchboard for going code just happened. It somehow got to the 3rd position. I wasn't intentionally going code to a non-call. It just moved by itself. But there's nothing wrong with my Wayland system. So, like, no consequences should happen to me or to the manufacturer of this device, despite the fact that it caused a 15-car pileup because randomly I'm running code in the middle of the city for no good reason. That's crazy to me. But
like, dear Sarge, the switch on my Glock, the switch to auto.
You know what I mean?
Wait, what switch?
Wait, hold on. What switch again?
What switch? Excuse me.
Sorry. That's crazy to me.
I also contacted Sig Sauer. They told me Sig Sauer stands behind USAA's assertion that no mechanical failure was found with the P320 and that there was no indication of a weapon malfunction.
So what's shady is USAA can't be held liable for manufacturing defects, but SIG can. So if USAA claims, with no expertise, that there was no mechanical failure of the device, then Sig Sauer doesn't have to make any claims that there was nothing. They just get to say, yeah, we agree with USAA.
It puts the lotion on its skin.
Dude, what? That's crazy.
Sig Sauer maintains that the P320 can only fire when the trigger is pulled.
Right.
We will continue to support USAA in their mission to keep their employees safe and secure.
I would say this is another case of a corporate.
That's crazy.
There's enough videos out there that they already figured out if carbon or something gets into the trigger well that causes the trigger to go back just a millimeter, and then there's separation between the slide and the sear for any reason,
it goes.
It sends it.
Yeah.
It sends it. So
jeez,
them disputing this still is like, there's a reason why people are walking back away from SIG because of that.
Well, and like I said, even if it was just this weird gray area where we don't have the expertise, if I came to Millennial and he was the decision maker for patrol cars, right? And they're like, hey, we're running Tahoes. And I came to him and I said, well, we've been hearing that Tahoes, you know, might have, and I'm not trying to disparage Chevy. I'm just using it as an example. But if I said that,
nor are we trying to disparage SIG.
Right, at all. Legally speaking, not trying to disparage anybody, right? But if I told him that they have a habit of randomly jamming themselves into park while at highway speeds, right? He'd investigate it. He'd look into it. But if they were like, well, we want to err on the side of caution on this, you could just go with the Ford and not have to worry.
I'm going to argue these days that's operator error due to the park being a button and not a lever. That's the point.
Right, which could totally happen. Right, and it would be easy to prove that and just be like, hey, y'all don't be idiots and use the button. But you could also say, well, if Ford's using the shifter and not the button, I can eliminate the idiot proofness of it and make it a little harder for an officer to throw our car into park while at highway speeds by making it going back to shifters and not buttons, right, or knobs or whatever. The same argument's going here, but they're all making statements and being stupid.
Now, if you said something about Chevy brakes, I would agree with you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I had one, not to disparage Chevy. I'm not trying to get in trouble here, but I was idling in a parking lot and randomly it dumped its guts. Like not even driving. We were sitting because it was cold. So I'm in my patrol car. I'm working on a report and it's cold. So I'm going to run my heater. And randomly, I think my radiator had cracked. Something happened. But I went from driving the thing for the past 8 hours to randomly just dumping its guts and shutting itself off from overheating. And I was like, what the hell? And I looked at the bottom of my car and sure enough, it dumped whatever it had liquids inside of it. And so, of course,
even rocks become a liquid under enough heat.
Yeah, exactly. And so I had to call my sergeant. I'm like, hey, you have to come pick me up. And he's like all pissed off. So he drives over there expecting like an accident. I'm literally just parked and you can see they have like the telemetry readings. Dispatch was like, yeah, he hasn't moved from there for like 45 minutes. So I was like, yeah, like
hey Sarge, my car's bleeding.
I'm literally bleeding for no good reason. He was like, well, and we have like the what is it, like the gyroscopes that like if you hit something and it jostles, it automatically kicks on your dash cam.
Collision warning.
Yeah, and everything. And I'm like, I have all of these things. I was like, I was just sitting here. Like, he's like, well, yeah. And fortunately, I was lucky. There was also cameras, but they looked into it. They're like, yeah, it's just randomly idling there, and his car decided to just give up the ghost. And
what you didn't know is the person you shared your car with that morning rammed it over a freaking curb.
Got away with it, yeah. There's probably 1,000 badge numbers more senior than me, and that's why they didn't care. But okay, let's see it.
On November 23rd, 2025, in Posen, Illinois, officers were dispatched to a truck stop for a report of a male and female loitering behind the building.
Hey, guys.
This is sleeping, not loitering, but whatever.
Guys. Hey. You guys.
This guy's being very polite. I respect it.
Hey, unfortunately, you guys can't be back here. I believe that Robin's police department, they're able to sleep in their lobby. What was that?
Please move around.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate that. Sorry to bother you guys. I appreciate you guys being understanding.
Thank you so much.
I advised them that Robin's, I know they're able to like sleep in their lobby because they used to do that before, but they said that they're just gonna move around.
I didn't know what to do. Like, I fed them. So I was calling to see can they get somewhere for the night.
So from the crusty city cop here, this was a very big problem that we had. Call it vagrancy, call it whatever you want to have. But we had the homeless population that when it got cold or whatever, it got weird. There's the humanitarian side of it that we don't want these people dying from exposure. It happened. When like right now in Texas, we're about to get 20-degree weather, and you spend the rest of the year dealing with 90-degree weather plus. So they tend to not have the clothing or even just the skills on how to survive in a colder environment, especially if you're new to being homeless, right? And so it was, I guess, like an unofficial policy that we didn't just make somebody move. We tried to make sure that they were going somewhere where, A, they wouldn't get in trouble. So I can't have them move from one place they can't be to another place they can't be, because it's just going to be another 911 call eventually. And then 2, we wanted to make sure that they were aware of what the rules were. So not just, hey, can you guys move, and then call it a day. It's like, hey, I need you guys to move. If you don't move, obviously we're going to go down that road for criminal trespass or whatever. But try to figure out a place for them to go and then make sure they actually get there. It's a way to not screw your other beat partner or your area partner out of getting stuck working this call later. In counties, it's probably less of an issue just because it'd be a you problem later as opposed to somebody else.
It can be an issue. It can be an issue. So depending on the type of county, if you're working in a more metropolitan county, you're still going to find this issue occurring. That's where generating local resources is going to be to your benefit.
Right.
Because if I know which churches are cool with taking people, there's nothing saying I can't give them a courtesy ride to the local church that I know is a good warming station, right?
Yep.
And they're going to take them for the night. It's just one of those things you got to develop as you go. It's not, this is the type of policing that isn't written anywhere.
Yeah.
This is all developing an understanding of what the resources are available within the community, and then, seeking to utilize those resources in an effective way.
Because it's you might learn this in FTO if you're lucky. If you have like I've had some very apathetic FTOs that worked with us, and then I was like, this guy's a big piece of shit. Don't listen to this guy. But a good FTO walked you through a lot of that stuff. But most of it you learn by doing, unfortunately. So a good supervisor will probably bail you out on this. Senior officers are a huge resource for this. If you're new, and if you're the senior officer and you don't know these things, you need to get better. But
I agree with Adam on this. 20 degrees in Texas is basically -10 when you account for wind chill and how bitter the dry cold is.
And then it's going to rain on you, especially this time of year. You're going to be wet and cold, and so it's miserable. But it's because you'll hover just above freezing, so it's just nothing but making sure. And like I said, they don't really sell the kind of jackets you need to be comfortable in that environment. And really, nobody's comfortable for long periods of time in that environment, period. Doesn't matter if you're from up north and you're like, oh, I got my Arctic jacket and my Gore-Tex pants or whatever it is. Cool, but now be stuck there for days with no way to generate heat. You will eventually lose your heat. You run out of calories. It gets harder for you to move, whatever. You can't afford all the expensive stuff. And here in Texas, you just wouldn't have it because 90% of the year you don't need it. That's the one vicious thing about North Texas or Texas in general. It gets cold even more year round.
It's Texas in general, across the board.
Like outside of the coast, like the Gulf Coast, maybe, but they get hurricanes. So there's another bit of Darwinism that happens out there. But yeah, it's rough. Policing really changed my perspective on the homeless population because they go through it, especially in areas like this. California, it's not so much because it's a pretty temperate area, but here, it is not a hospitable place. The only reason why humans can live in Texas is because we created the indoors, basically.
Because there ain't a lot of shelters. That's what's crazy. Yeah. If I shelters, other people don't.
Yeah, because I'm out with the food.
No, I know.
But I can leave them out here.
Yeah.
So I was like, I know what to do. So I was like, let me call and see y'all.
Yeah, I told them, I believe Robin's in the lobby. They're able to sleep there, but they said that they're just going to move around.
Where's all from?
But this is cold out here.
South?
How far?
Like how far?
Not that far. We're not living anywhere. We'll be fine tonight.
Okay, I just want to make
These
sure
are
you
pretty
got some
respectful transients, too.
Do what?
They're very respectful transients.
Dude, they're cool. Yeah, I'm going to say, like, if people are cool like this, you tend to be... I've had the spicier variety before, but it's about 50-50. If there was no, like, MHID issues, typically they were pretty chill, but the downside is the ratio for people that have mental health issues that are homeless is pretty high. So you add borderline or, some sort of dissociative disorder, and, like, this becomes a very complicated interaction.
Sure?
I appreciate it.
No problem. I just want to make sure you guys are.
Oh, I just read the title for this. Oh my god.
How old are you?
That's crazy. This lady's out. So if I remember this case correctly, there's like a Netflix special on this. There was a girl. I think she died or she survived. I don't remember if she. Anyway, this little girl got stabbed. These girls had convinced themselves Slender Man was real, and they had to go sacrifice a friend to go do it. And I'm assuming this chick is involved in that because that's the only reason they would reference it. But that's kind of wild. That whole situation was wild. It's a good documentary if you guys get a chance.
23?
Yeah.
How old is he?
She's right there.
How old is she? 23?
Well, clearly she's not doing well.
No.
All right, well, give him your name and date of birth. We just got to make sure you're saying who you are and you say you are, okay? You're not missing stuff, okay? Thank you for calling.
Okay, what's your last name?
I don't know why I have to do this.
Yes, I believe you. Okay, we got called here for a call, so just be honest.
Ooh, is this a stop an ID state or whatever, or like a compelled ID? So in Texas, I mean, if he's leaving, I don't really have a reason to identify him. I can't compel ID here if they're bouncing.
It's a very recent call. What state is this?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Illinois.
They may have different rules than Illinois on that.
Ooh, yeah, I hate personally. I have issue with this from a constitutional standpoint because it's Texas, and the way I was taught, you got to have reasonable suspicion. You can always ask; it never hurts you to ask. So I would try to interpersonal skills my way to getting an ID off of somebody, but unless I was detaining them for something, which I would have had to have.
This is a criminal trespass, though.
But are they trespassing them?
No, they're asking to leave, and essentially they're not. They haven't gotten to that point yet.
Right, and even then, on the criminal trespass, if I trespass them and they bounce, can I detain them for the? It's an interesting topic because I understand both sides of the argument. How do I put them in the log if I don't have their actual information? But it's not a crime if they're leaving, kind of thing. It's weird. It's a notification, not a crime, even though it gets
voluntary compliance 10-8.
Right. That's kind of what I mean. And so this is a very weird gray area. The Supreme Court has not come down on this yet, and hopefully they will one day. But this is
Easy says they are a stop and identify state. So
sketch. I have issue with it. There's some real constitutional issues I have with it, but if it's your state law, it's your state law. I'm not saying these guys are being tyrants. They're enforcing the law as they understand it, right? Same thing with there's laws that get enforced in California and New York that would make a Texas cop blush, right? But if this is what their state law is what it is. They voted for it.
I want to make sure that you're not missing. As long as you're not missing, you can go on your way. Are you missing from somewhere? Just give me your name and date of birth, and you can get away.
19.
19?
Yeah.
You're still on the go.
Yeah, so what's your last name? No what?
I don't want to give you my name.
We'll take you an ID. We'll not hold you an ID.
That's crazy.
So you don't want to obstruct an officer. Give me your name and date of birth. You're not wanted.
You don't want to obstruct an officer. It's not mental gymnastics by their code, but it would be here.
Murder, right?
Right.
Okay, then there shouldn't be any problem.
Okay, you're making a big
What's your last name?
Reese.
How do you spell it?
So just get their name, his name.
Yes, what's your first name?
Stephanie.
How do you spell it?
EPHINE. ANIE, sorry.
ANIE.
Step bro, chill.
Initial?
Step bro, don't be sus. I love you though.
Do you have a middle initial? Okay, what's your date of birth?
April 16th, 2002.
Okay. And your last name is GRIES? All right.
Also, free advice. Not giving your name is one thing. Giving a bad name, especially a fake name, terrible idea, because we could check this. The amount of times I had people try to pass off some completely fictitious name that didn't have any return, and you kind of look at them and come on, man. Could have at least taken your cousin's information and given it to me, or your brother's or something. It's the worst.
3014, I have a name and date of birth.
in most states, if you give false information
Now you're looking
direct,
at a
it's
charge.
illegal.
Yeah, now you're looking at a charge.
That's a yeah. It's a solid do not pass go.
That is a big no.
Last name George Robert Ida Edward Sam. First name Stephanie Sam Tom Edward Paul Henry Adam Nora Ida Edward. Date of birth April 16, 2002. Female.
No, we just got called for now you did something wrong, just come back and work on files. That means you're lying. What's your name? Okay. So now that's obstructing. I'm gonna give you one more chance before.
I'd be providing. Maybe they just do it under obstruction, but be providing a fake name to a law.
I'm gonna take you in custody and fingerprint you. Okay. So just be honest. It's not a big deal. You're making it a bigger deal. No warrants, and then you're good. Stephanie.
So it's Morgan.
MORGAN.
And then your last name?
GEYSER.
G-U, what is it?
GEYSER. I promise she did not know.
G-E-Y-S.
ER.
And then what's your date of birth?
May 16th, 2002.
Oh, she's doxing her all? Oh, I guess she's already.
Okay. So Morgan is your first name, right?
Yes.
G-E-Y-S-E-R?
Let me say goodbye, please. I will never see her again.
Yeah, you will.
No, I will.
3014. Can you take a name and date
I
of
did
birth?
something bad. Let me say goodbye.
We will let you say goodbye. But just stand by until we find figure out.
She's even
Last name?
Can you just
do what?
She's even going. I did something pretty bad, indicating probably has a warrant.
There's a clue. I'm never gonna see her again. Yes.
Last name George Edward Young Sam Edward Robert. First name Mary Ocean Robert George Adam Nora. Date of birth May 16th, 2002.
When the female suspect was identified, officers learned she was Morgan Geyser, who had cut off her monitoring bracelet and escaped from a group home the night before. Geyser had been placed in that supervised setting as part of her long-term commitment following her role in the 2014 Slender Man stabbing case in Wisconsin.
What is it?
May 16, 2002, female.
On May 31st, 2014, the suspect and another individual lured their friend into a wooded area of a local park and stabbed her 19 times to appease the fictional supernatural character Slender Man and prove to the world that he was real.
That's your real name. They didn't come back.
That's my real name.
What's your real name? E.
Is that your real
Someone can fix her.
Stop. I hate you for that. Chat, you're welcome.
You got E as the Edward?
No.
Okay. Middle initial.
She said E, right?
Yeah, E.
3014. Can you try that again? Middle initial E, Edward.
I love you. You didn't know, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You said I could say
I will
goodbye.
let you. You guys going to the same place. Okay?
Okay.
Guys, we're both going to jail.
I'll promise you didn't know.
Okay.
Oh, compliant cuffing. That's pretty nice.
I have noticed over the years, the more egregious the charge, the more compliant the handcuffing.
I tell you what, in general, that tends to be well, I'm gonna go. I might as well, be cool. I'll be stuck with these guys for a while.
Your ID in person. Awesome. Okay.
I know you
Milo, female, sir? Here, just go over there.
You promised I could say goodbye.
Yeah, you guys are going to the same station. You guys are going to the same place.
Yeah.
Being able to say goodbye is not a constitutionally protected right. I'm under no obligation to provide it. You can be cool. I'm not saying don't ever be
You'll
cool.
have plenty of opportunity to say goodbye in lockup.
That's funny. As my people, the tyranny involved is a little sus, but at least they got somebody that had, or it was, I guess,
results matter.
Yeah, parole violation. The case. That's crazy. She's already out for that because that was capital murder. I mean, this is hyper premeditated.
Well, she was on restricted supervision of some kind. So
yeah,
I wouldn't say she was out. If the case is resolved and it's a part of her parole or whatever the case may be, probation, she absconded off that. So that's going to be a different adjudication.
Yeah. Jacobs, the awkward moment when you say bye and walk the same way. On this episode of Where Are They Now? Yeah, we'll take it from politicians because I do hate the papers, please laws.
Even if they were 12, they were tried as adults due to the nature of the crime.
The victim survived, apparently, according to Tweaky. Well, there you go. Well, shout out to still. I mean, you stabbed a 12-year-old. Like, gotta be consequences for that in this country. That's all I'm saying. Should be consequences. PD, I gave a little bit for good results. Took it from suspects. Could have avoided all this. So you just picked a better place to sleep. That's it. We'll keep going.
Oh boy,
That's not
it's
a
a new
that is not a police
legal
officer driving.
alternative
No.
to illegal sideshows. A Sacramento skid pad for drivers to do donuts all day long. The idea is to give drivers the thrill of spinouts without the threat of arrests, and people are paying to do it.
Excellent. They should do drag strips, same thing. Whatever. It's worth the public dollar to put them in a place where they can't hurt anybody than it would be to pay out for the deaths and deal with the like interference with commerce when you have to shut down I-30 because somebody got in an accident. You know, it's worth it.
That's how we can finally get a driving track.
No kidding. Also would be mega base to get a driving track.
Revving engines and screeching tires. This acre of asphalt is now here for daring drivers to turn their vehicles into thrill rides.
Well, it's really to turn your vehicle into a project car because you're going to keep breaking it when you do this. But
I don't have to do this on the street.
Keep you broken working because you're trying to put money in the car.
that's what I mean. A lot of money. Everything be breaking.
Business catering to racing.
Well,
She created
then keep
this
them out of
space for
trouble.
drivers
Oh,
to
100%. I'm all for this. I
and
love it.
tune their cars. And she's now attracting anyone seeking a safe and legal place to do donuts, spin-outs, and make lots of noise.
There's been a lot of sideshows, and it's affecting businesses, it's affecting our streets, it's affecting police activity, it's affecting a lot of stuff. We decided, you know what, we can give these people a safe place to do this so they don't get in trouble, so they don't hurt themselves or other people.
Dude, also as like a business, you could totally have like towing / like a mechanics service there. And I would totally get like a subcontract with like Discount Tire or whoever, you know, whoever was actually hosting this could probably make a pretty like chunk of change there. If you're like, hey,
Dude, the mobile tire guy who brings like standard set tires out there would make a killing.
dude, you know what I mean? Just jack the car up real quick, do like minor repairs. It'd be great.
There's guys that have whole tire changing kits in their vans now. They literally can change your tire on the side of the road.
That is cool. We had one. I had it because I pulled a flat on I-30 coming back from JPS one time. And we had a tire guy, and he removed it and balanced it and everything on the back. It was like a flatbed basically that they had modified to do that. It was cool, and they kept it. They had a contract with the city to do it. It was cool. They could even do fire trucks, but that was a little more complicated. Because they're humongous tires.
But I would love to see a fire truck drift. I don't know the capacity of that.
Well, not drift. No, the guy. Yeah, the guy ran over as a rookie. He ran over the stop sign had been downed, so there's just like a little spike sticking out of the ground, but he couldn't see it. It punctured the tire, and of course that rookie got shamed, and they all made fun of him. But the tire guy came out. It took him like 40 minutes to change the tire, though. They had to jack up the truck and everything. It was a whole pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to do it. I just had to sit there and watch, but I did get a chuckle.
Some fun drifting on a weekend.
Matthew Gershie is one of the drivers hitting the road here. The price for admission, $100 for the day.
That's not bad.
Required.
It's definitely
That's
a lot
fair.
more fun being able to like actually learn how to drive and not be worried about like getting your license taken.
Sacramento police are just one of many law enforcement agencies working to crack down on illegal sideshows and street takeovers that can lead to impounded cars, fines, and jail time. The governor signed 4 laws increasing penalties statewide in 2024.
It's kind of a little bit of like, let's get these kids off the street and let's also help our local police officers that have to deal with this every single day.
Now this new venue, offering a place for a wild ride without the risk of arrest. Looks like something out of a movie. The skid pad is located right off Jackson Highway, and EMT is on site during operating hours.
Very cool. Well, I guess shout out to society here. Nature is healing. Look at that. Shout out to them. Also, they aim to make a pretty penny off it, but hey, this is a monetized philanthropy, basically. It's free at Walmart, Jacob. Oh, man. Oh, this is a spicy meatball.
Yeah, we got guns out already.
Yeah.
Active bird.
Getaway police! Open the door!
Yeah, whoa. Well, we're rocking it like it's 2018. No optic, no light. Come on now. That's how I ran it back in the day.
Getaway police!
You know, they hated us.
Open the door!
Yeah, but I don't know about standing in front of the door like that.
Yeah. Oh, the
Does anybody
kid?
have a ram?
Oh,
Getaway police!
you're almost
He's not here!
There's also why standing in front of the doors is sketchy. If that was a shotgun, oh, he'd be gone. I'm honestly surprised. Now, maybe, again, she's seeing stuff in 60 frames per second. We're not. She recognized pretty quickly this lady wasn't a threat. If I'm having to kick the door and someone randomly opens it, they'd probably get a gun pointed at them. But
This is got to be deputy.
oh yeah, baby, yeah. This I'd have filled it out and have been like, this lady, her name and date of birth. I pointed a gun at her because I was in the middle of kicking a door and she got in the way. I apologized and moved on, but she gets a gun pointed at her for sure.
Have you been strangled? That's
He's no here. You don't even step back down on my mother door like that.
Listen.
Go over there. He's hiding in his motherfucking car.
Can you just listen to me?
Don't be pounding on my door like
We
that.
thought you were being strangled.
Don't be pounding on my mother.
Okay, she thinks it's an emergency domestic, right? I bless it, but IPC skills now, like, well, he's where? Let's work on that first, outside of trying to deal with this.
Door's called knock on the door like a regular guy.
She's still got a lawful reason for protective sweep.
Yeah.
Don't you call the down to be knocking on my mother door like that. Go over there. He's hiding in his car right there on the corner. Don't be not pounding on my goddamn door like that. Who the you think you are? Oh, yeah, can't be police or not.
Still trying to do the interview. There is a, and I've been on the business end of this a few times, but there is a threshold in my wife's family. They call it pielibrium. It's the point where you've cut too much of the pie, so the pie falls over. But when you've met that with an individual and they no longer want to talk to you, now as a deputy or a trooper, you're probably screwed. You're stuck with it, whatever. But if this is like, if there's other officers showing up, like, okay, I'm clearly not going to be able to conduct an interview here. I need to go make myself productive. This is probably her call since she made it there first. We're all going to nose goes it there, but yeah, you have to accept, just put your tail between your legs and walk away that you've ruined this encounter.
So you don't want to tell me what happened then?
I just said, go to his motherfucking car. He's hiding in his car right there.
For something I don't know what happened.
This is where you can't really believe that right on its face.
The green one.
Oh, yeah. I bet this domestic's complicated. This is definitely, let's get our party separated. Let's see what actually happened. Let's check for injuries or whatever. But she is, she's got feathers and she's a duck. But potentially.
Check it out. We just know what happened.
Well, I already told you on the phone. He's choking me out. That's why I've been pounding on my door like that. You couldn't have knocked and waited a second for me to come open the door.
Okay.
Knocking, pounding on my door like that.
I want to point out she's semi-tactical, everything except for her pistol.
Yeah.
Just got here. Just
This knocking, pounding on my door. She's gonna break it down. And you couldn't have knocked on my door like a normal person. Wait for me to open the door.
Can you let me try to explain?
I don't give a shit if she's fucking. If you guys came here 1,000 times before, don't be pounding on my. Look at this shit. Footprint on my goddamn door. Knock on the door like a normal person.
We thought you were getting hurt.
Yes, I was.
Okay, so that's what
Okay, but don't be no pound on my door like that. You don't hear nothing. You guys don't hear nothing.
Last thing, can you just bring it
No,
up?
don't be pound on my goddamn door like that. You'll break the.
I can't even tell you why we're doing that. I'd love to.
If you would like to join law enforcement and serve your community, and part of your community is a relatively low-income area, I'm going to let this play for a couple seconds. I'm going to tinkle real quick. I'm just going to let this play for y'all.
I love that.
You're the police. Don't be pounding on my
We
door
came
like
here to
that.
help you.
She is a part of the community.
So of course we're gonna pound on your door. Because we thought you were in there getting choked
Yeah,
out.
but he's hiding in his car over there on the green one. Go over there.
So did he choke you?
No
What's his name?
Bradford, go over there. He's in his car, hiding in his car. Green one over there in the corner.
I just went around the corner. I can't see it. So
It's right there on the corner, in front of that truck or whatever. It's that green piece of shit Pathfinder.
Green Pathfinder.
It's there. He's hiding in there. Break the window if you have to. I don't give a shit.
Since she already stated, what if I was being assaulted? You don't need to kick down my door. It just goes to show you that how deep she is inside of this violence that she's in.
That's why we did what we did. It wasn't to make you mad. It was just because we thought
We couldn't have knocked on like a normal person and waited for me to answer the door.
Hold on. Think about it. If you were getting choked, could you have answered the door? The last thing we knew was that you were getting.
I'm assuming nothing more productive happened with Oliver yelling, correct?
Oh no, she's starting to calm down now. However,
okay.
Right, they still haven't verified that the suspect is around the corner. They haven't located him yet, so they're still sitting at this door with the possibility of subject being inside, with the possibility of an active assault that was occurring is why they ended up there. So there's a lot of risk here.
So let's say I'm the initial contact officer, right? And I've totally screwed the pooch, and I'm new, so I don't realize I'm in danger, right? Millennial's gonna show up and be like, I guess I'm gonna be the asshole today. Push past this lady and do a security sweep of the house.
No, negative. Better remove her from the house.
Not a bad idea too. You could also do that.
Because especially if it's a known person that I know, it's just her and them. I remove her from the residence. I remove a large problem from occurring. So this is where your potential HR stuff kind of gets caused. By sitting right here, he gets a hold of her, produces a weapon. Now we have an HR versus, ma'am, I started kicking your door. Step out. Like I'm not even going to talk to you right here. Step out.
I like that.
And this way we're out and we're within an area we can secure.
Right.
And then we can have this chat. You can bitch at me about your door 100%.
I like that.
But then it alleviates the necessity of me pushing into the house so I can separate her. Do I still have a justification for a protective sweep? Kind of, but I can start kind of seeing if my suspicions are founded or not from way outside that residence.
Man, and what's great about that too is you're not stuck in the CQB nightmare of having to clear that place. Like if he's barricaded, like we find out that he's barricaded in there, cool. I get to slow that down and figure out how I want to approach it versus you push it, right? She's maybe not in danger because I don't know if she leaves or not if you go in there. Worse, she maybe follows you, right? But if the worst case scenario is he is there and he's lying in wait, you're having to do it by yourself with nothing but an unmodified Glock, versus, like you said, pull her out of my victim's now out of the victim area. We can create a perimeter and decide what we want to do until we find him, right? That's
if
actually
things get
very
really
smart.
bad. All of a sudden, you can relocate her because your vehicle's right there. So
yeah,
there's a lot of benefits from separating people out of cars or out of vehicles, right?
Yep.
So do that as often as you can.
Yeah, it's rock solid advice.
Choked and the phone hung up. So from our point of view, we didn't think he'd be able to. Is it just you in here right now?
Yeah. At this point, she's non-cooperative. We're not out to the door. You see anybody in there, Gordon?
I don't see anybody in it so far, but the tent is super dark.
That is super
It's hard to see. It is hard to see.
If he's in the car, that's a risky car to stand around.
No kidding, dude. I was like, what? You gotta rip that Band-Aid off and poke your face in there, but that is.
Copy. If someone wants to come in on the 23rd Avenue Southwest, that car right there, stop right there on 23rd Avenue Southwest, right there, stop. Yep, get Spikes ready. That's going to be his only avenue of exit right there.
Or in the car, maybe. But let's risk the public instead, and this officer. Golly, I hate police tactics.
Both are inherently risky. You have in the car requires putting one officer down the barrel of potentially a gun from the front,
right?
But you do have the benefit of using the vehicle for some semblance of cover. So it is going to be a quick thing that you're doing as you're setting up. But then the caveat is, what if we keep distance and set up tire deflection devices so if they do move, we can slow down or potentially eliminate the pursuit earlier.
Oh,
it's a kind of a weighted thing that you get. I prefer pinning. I'd rather just keep the vehicle from being in motion.
Yeah.
Quick and do it quick. Pin and dump out of my car as quick as I can.
I was gonna say I'd be bailing. I'd be beating feet as quick as I could out of that car.
You're making very. I'm not gonna say collision, but it's gonna be an aggressive contact with that front bumper, and then you're gonna be busting out of that car because you're gonna be in the field of fire. So you don't want to be anywhere near that.
So the conversation that I have, and I guess my thought process behind this is I would rather put an officer at risk rather than putting the public at risk. My only beef with Spikes is we're doing both, right? Like technically the officer's going to be, I would argue, way less risk because I'm not the backstop and I'm getting to set it up. Either I hit the spikes or I don't. In this instance,
So-
he's got some cover, right?
Mhm.
But like making myself the backstop temporarily, that's if it's successful, and that you're going to have to absolutely give a little love nudge to that car to make sure it's kind of locked in and blocked.
You're going to base that off your threat assessment.
Right.
Because if your threat assessment is not likely to have weapons, I'm going to be more interested on that pin.
Right.
If my threat assessment leads me, they do actually have weapons, I may consider the stop sticks.
Yeah. Well, because you wouldn't want
Because-
to take a Glock switch through the windshield, as you're approaching.
No, and because then you are risking it for the biscuit. We don't need to be doing that.
Right.
Yeah. So you field your tactics based on the known. Now you do want to have some type of plan for the unknown, and that's the emergency plan there. But you do your threat assessment. So like if they're going to keep her at the door, fine, okay, whatever, not ideal, but do a quick threat assessment. If he's truly in that car, hey, real quick, if he's in that car, what kind of weapons does he have? Okay. Is he likely to use them if they're in the car? Has he ever carried weapons before? Like we're really digging into that real quick, fast, because the people making contact need to know that now.
I was going to say none of those questions got asked. Does he have any guns? Does he have any of that stuff? Like, it's a complete unknown.
Prioritizing what information you need right now is
where is
not
he? Is
trained
he
enough.
actively trying to hurt anybody? Does he have any means of doing it? Like, is he going to come back or whatever? Like, yeah, it's
identifying your offense fairly quickly. Like this, these are things that we don't train enough as cops to prioritize what information I need to get now.
Yeah. Do I even have a reason to contact this guy? Yeah. We have, DV, strangulation. Okay. We got a good felony offense here, right?
Suspected right now because
Right.
I'm looking at her.
Right.
I don't see
I'm gonna
anything
say-
obvious. But
I'm not saying I haven't arrested without like obvious BI on a strangulation call, but this is like I work too many to not be a little jaded on.
they don't always show injuries, but you gotta have your information verified before you move on that. But you can at least say due to the suspected nature of this crime and the demeanor of the victim, we're gonna go ahead and treat it as such until we get further.
Right. Yeah. This is kind of a shit show. Mostly, the investigation started off kind of bad. We didn't try to do anything to mitigate the loss of rapport there. Somebody had an opportunity to step in to ask those questions, and sometimes like it's an IPC skill issue, but like I've had to be an asshole and be like, look, if you're in real danger, I'm trying to make you feel safe. I need to know where this guy is. I need to know right now. And if she just F-bombs me at that point, I have to go based off the unknown, right? We treat it with as much caution as we can, but at the same time, you can take the softball answer. If I'm sorry, I've gone as far as, and I wouldn't care at all. If I've screwed it up that much and Millennial shows up and says, yeah, I know Josh is a big douchebag. I hate that guy too. But for right now, I really need a lot of information. I wasn't the one that yelled at you. Sorry about that. He can get in trouble later.
Sliding that good cop, bad cop game
dude,
right there.
No issue with that at all. I would chuckle on the way back. Be like, oh, it's whatever. But if it worked, hey, that's saving lives. Like that tactical gamble he takes with trying to gain a little bit of rapport, if it means that we approach this guy with a lot more information, that's a win, and we'll take that. We'll take the ego out of it.
Before you press play, there is a small percentage of me that also goes, unless he is in fact the victim, and that's why he burned off.
There is not a 0% chance this guy's not the victim. He got assaulted and then left, and then or worse, like nothing occurred. She's just trying to get the guy hemmed up. I've had that. I've worked far too many of those calls. Anyways, we'll keep going.
Perfect. Okay. We'll just wait for another person for hands. Yeah, then why don't you...
Okay, so
Say,
probably want to pin the vehicle if you're going to do the vehicle
so that way
extraction.
line of fire.
Right.
I'm with you, Hillary.
You ready?
Yep.
You don't look ready. Get behind that car.
If the girl what? So she's going to use the car to approach it. We got a rifle, which is at least a force multiplier, right? She's developing an arrest plan here, which I'm okay with. You do need some sort of, we got a hands team at least identified. I'm assuming Spicy Boy here, who needs to take the flip caps off his aim point. You're aiming through nothing right here. It's pretty suboptimal. But there's some tactics being applied. It's not terrible, but it's not great either. But I'd be curious to see if we're going to approach this thing with if we feel safe enough to approach it with a car nice and slow for cover, you're approaching it like it's potentially got a gun, whatever. Like, what are we doing? I don't know. This is a weird.
Now, if they intend to approach closer from here, that could be why she's in the car to basically put a bumper on that car and bounce off. But the guy already knows you're there. You're in his rearview mirror. What's the benefit?
Right.
Working from there.
Yeah, I would. Call him out.
You got a rifle working from there.
I'd bluff the car at this point. Like, if this is what we're going to do, bluff it. See if he comes out. Get on the PA. Something. You know, it's not like you're sneaking up on the guy. Yeah, this is weird.
We're going to start PAs.
Okay, here we go. I don't hate this.
Bradford Symbol, this is the Federal Way Police Department. You are under arrest.
So he's covering her. Looks from a suboptimal position.
We know you're in there. You're under arrest. We're not leaving until you come out with your hands up and nothing in it. If you don't listen to what we're saying, we have no guarantees for your safety.
Get it together.
Now she's probably been on CMT.
Yeah, that as far as a call out where you can either call it bluff in the car, which is different, but I'll just doing a PA announcement, perfectly acceptable. I have no issue with that. Very good.
Occupying Pathfinder. This is the Federal Way Police Department. You are under arrest. Exit your vehicle now, hands up, nothing in it, and that way we can guarantee your safety.
You guys just out rolls yet?
Basket weave.
Will you ask Charlie? She said that Grandma lives in the area. Like, his mom lives in the area or something?
Schultz to Hinkle. Does the grandmother live in the area here? Do we have a known address for her?
Now, I'm not going to lie. After you bluff a car like that, approaching it's a big pucker. Especially if you can't see inside of it. Ugh.
They need a second vehicle repositioned so that the PA can be PA and the second vehicle can be their cover.
Yeah.
I'm trying to dig their tactics, but him standing behind her down
Oh,
the
no
line of
kidding.
fire.
He's going to use her as a human shield,
And
right?
he's got a rifle, and it wouldn't surprise me if that motherfucker had a muzzle brake on it.
Right? Right?
And he's going to get clapped with, concussion blast at minimum.
Yeah.
And
I think let him go there. Can go left.
hey, Gordon, you're less lethal. You're the arrest team leader, and it will be lethal. And Hillary, your communications for now.
At least we clarified it's Washington.
Would it be worth to run the plate before initial approach? Sure.
Yes.
I mean, you would at least want to make sure it's his, we're not just yelling at nobody.
But at that point, you don't need to walk up. You have a justification to use magnification for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's in
Go
there.
top. Go top. Confirmation.
Yeah, we're here.
Why? Why?
Hey, man. We're already doing the use of force, right? I must. Sorry, this cracks me up.
We haven't even done a weapons check yet. Why are you stepping out of cover?
So the way we typically teach this, right? It's gonna be guy's gonna come out. I really like where he's at now. So it's gonna be a dead sprint if he's gonna try to get back into his vehicle, right? Which is the known weapon is the car, right? A weapon search is kind of what he's describing. Is like, hey, if he's being cool and compliant, let's have him lift up his shirt and spin around a little bit. Because you're going to check his waistline, going to make sure he's not packing anything. I've gone as far as letting somebody turn out their pockets. Like, hey, did you turn out your pocket? I got a rifle. This guy decides to try to quick draw it. We're dumping this dude, right? We're all behind some sort of concealment / cover. I'll roll my dice on that, right? But we can minimize the likelihood that there's a weapon involved as much as possible. So if we can do it, what the hell are we doing? Like you said, getting out from behind cover, worse, with a taser in our hand. Because it's like, this is if we're pointing a gun at this guy, this is a gun scenario, not a taser scenario. And you can have those weird situations where you're doing taser with lethal cover, but with this kind of hoodie on and this type
So
of
right now, based on the suspect's position, though, he's working his way into as the suspect gets kind of out of the L into a crossfire.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So.
And remember, we're that vehicle's not clear, so
No. Oh hell no.
who's to say that his buddy's not in that car right now?
You know what I mean? Ooh, goading you out from behind cover. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a lot of risk too. Like I'm not saying don't prioritize the known. You need to prioritize the known, but you also have to leave room for the shit you don't know.
We do the weapons check. We get as sure as we can be. Walk them all the way to the front of that bumper. I've done it to where it just because of the nature of the call, it's in the side of the highway. There wasn't much we can do about it. Whereas the rifle guy, I played it up for the guys going hands on. I would put all of them immediately behind me, and I'm like, hey, my only job is to look at that car and make sure nobody pops out and tries to smoke us all.
Which Mr. Taser right here, who is behind the truck, his job should be that truck right now because the arrest team's over there pulling them towards them.
Right. And so and this is indicative of not getting a lot of practice. We don't get a lot of reps in this outside of academy. And especially
there's been changes too. There's been national changes on this particular topic, and it's just a matter of understanding that vehicle builds have changed. Right, even your firewalls aren't as strong as you used to be, but what has gotten stronger is the roll cage.
Interesting.
So the roll cage becomes your best point of cover.
Interesting.
So now instead of hiding behind the firewall, which actually has more plastic than you'd expect now,
right?
Because it's more porous because of electronics and everything else, and you save weight in the vehicle by making the firewall porous. You can create fire retardant materials without using steel or any type of ferrous metal, so it lightens the car. But the roll cages have to be durable. So the roll cages have gotten better over the years. It means your rounds are going to be caught with the roll cage. So putting yourself behind those things
makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
And that's all modern vehicles. So think of it what you will.
Tommy's saying he's a high-risk stop specialist. That is adorable. I will say this, though. The agency that I know he works for, I do typically give a lot of kudos to. They do a very good job at the point of the arrest, but most agencies don't. This is an example of why. And we're discussing it, not to shame these people, but because this is putting officers unnecessarily at risk. When you're putting yourself at risk, you're putting the public at risk because now we're doing stuff kind of freeballing it. When you get surprised, you do stuff you don't expect to do. Could start sailing rounds down the street in this very heavily populated area. Just be careful about doing this, right? Yeah, he's in limbo now.
Get down on your knees, sir. Get down on your knees.
Don't take over commands when somebody's already doing it. She was doing great. What are we doing? Maybe they handed it off and we didn't see it on camera. Maybe. She's like, you got it, homie?
No, they were still trying to yell at him. He cut them off.
But I have my doubts. Cam 3.
Keep your hands on your head.
Struggling here.
Do not move. Do not move, okay?
This is their Rob from BP.
You understand?
I got rifle cover and everything over there, and I'm just free balling out here.
He's not rifle cover anymore. He's down the barrel of that rifle.
I know.
That rifle has to push up in front of the suspect now for there to be covered, which is risky.
You've never been at risk of getting shot at anchor point, and that shows. We're just gonna leave. What are we doing? All right.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out, okay?
Hey, give me a double cuff, homie. He's a thick boy. Shout out to them for
at least they had a wherewithal to be like, hey, we gotta go put eyes on this car.
Yeah, this guy's gonna go and take this thing over, right?
Somebody in that group was like, this is a shit show. Go to the car.
Just go clear the car.
Let's just go get to the car. Like, put guns on that car.
So before we go any further, we're investigating a crime, so I have to read you your constitutional rights, okay? Bradford, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right at this time to an attorney.
Yes, Greg, hopefully an acorn does not start falling. Thank you for the super chat, by the way.
Yeah, could you imagine? Oh, man.
cannot afford an attorney.
I'm not trying to steal Joseph's thunder, though.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I didn't see it. I'm glad you saw it. Oh, it kills me.
You may exercise those rights at any time and not make any statements or answer any questions. Do you understand your rights? Okay.
No problem with Miranda. We just pointed a gun at this guy and put him in handcuffs. It is what it is.
And he complied, so at this point we're gonna.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're gonna play that.
To silence. Okay. Okay, you're under arrest for assault to DV. Okay. Okay. Do you have any weapons? Anything concerning on your
Nice
person?
to know.
I'm sorry? Okay, I can get that for you. Just walk over here so I can pass it on. Like I said earlier, do you have any weapons or anything concerning on your person? Any needles, anything sharp?
I might have some stuff in my pockets.
I want to see this interview.
How many times?
Like 4 times, 5 times.
Hey, demeanor, nice and calm. This is an interviewing posture here, right? Good on that. Whoever de-escalated. This looks like it was way later though. This looks like an interview room.
Well, this is while they're taking him down, so they probably got her calmed down, and now we're giving that dissertation of what's going on, So.
Does it get as bad as that every time it's physical? Like it's gonna get physical. It's gonna get to that pretty much. Yeah. Okay. Did you ever threaten to kill you?
No.
What secret because of something between you and Bradford? And
Yeah, we got into an argument.
Okay. How did it all start?
I don't even remember, we just got into an argument. We were just screaming at each other, and then, and then that's when he just pushed me up against the wall and broke my head from the door, and then it was like, choking me up. That was pretty much it with me. And I was just sitting screaming at each other, he just pushed me up against the wall, on the door, and then just, had like his hand ripped up for a couple seconds, or however long, and then let go.
So both hands? Or?
Just one. Okay.
Man, I've had to do one too many of these. So there's going to be a certain checklist of questions. Typically, we have domestic packets for this. My agency had a specific strangulation packet. And I ignored some of these questions because some of them were stupid because they had nothing to do with the elements of the offense. But there was a handful that are important to get, what's it called? Not the elements of the offense, but like...
volatility questions.
Yeah. So there's a handful of questions you would ask, but
there's some questions that tend to be on your victim assault victim statement, however people articulate the ones that they use, and you're asking those questions to understand the volatility in the relationship.
Right.
The more yeses you get on those questions, the higher likelihood that continuing violence will occur, and they're due some resources.
Yeah, there's going to be really, really great stuff on getting them out of there, making sure the EPO gets signed, potentially extended on the EPO or the emergency protective order. There's stuff like that all happen pre-trial to make sure that reoffending doesn't occur because county's going to kick them in 2 seconds. And you're like, cool. I'm so glad I did all this law enforcement work to get this guy into custody. But
there have been some updates recently on that because now the minimums have gone up on EPOs.
Really?
Yeah, to 61 days.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they used to not be that. So that's great.
31, I think, was the code standard.
Yeah. Shout out to them on that. Are they easier to get?
Or
is it the same criteria?
About the same.
But that's great, though, because honestly, the problem with the 30-day ones was like we couldn't even get them out of the apartment in that amount of time. Right.
The prosecution also, like the get the initial prosecution started, took about a month and a half.
Oh yeah, it took a minute, right?
Yeah. So the EPO would expire before the initial prosecution, not the magistration, but like the first setting.
And that got complicated. We'll tell you.
What happened after that?
Then he was like, that was it.
Was he saying anything in particular that stands out to you when he was doing that?
No, just said that's why he wanted to be here or something.
That's what you were saying?
Yeah, this is why he wanted to be here. This is why he was in jail when I was fighting or something like that.
When he was grabbing you by the neck, did it feel like you had any difficulty breathing?
Important question.
Are you good with him?
Yeah.
Is he in your car?
Yeah, he's in my car. I don't know where his cell phone is. He said he wanted his cell phone.
Two black males, one wearing black clothing, one is red shoes on
There's a cell phone.
and also a black female 20 to 30 wearing a bonnet and pajamas. They all fled in separate directions from the intersection after the accident.
That call that just went out over the radio. I'll take my domestic. Thank you. What a cluster.
I bet half of them ran off to that collision after this was done.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I'd have been among that group.
Sequence of events did you actually call us?
And on to frag, we had victim services that would do a lot of this stuff after the fact. The actual investigation itself, Unless it was a different nature of offense here. Typically, the victim advocate wouldn't be there unless there was like a SANE exam or something else that was going to happen due to the nature of the offense. But at the very least, as a follow-up to it, we would typically, at least at my agency, we would hang out. I was done with my investigation, but victim services was notified while I was doing it because I could typically wrap it up in a couple minutes. And then they would show up, try to provide whatever services qualified in that situation. And then they would take over from there. I would hang out until the victim services lady was ready to leave, and then we all either left together or I left with the victim services lady. But we had my agency, and this was back in 2018 to 2021, we had a great system for this. We had full-time victim advocates that would come out for domestics and offenses like that. Really,
Believe it or
really
not, some departments, their support bureaus have lost just as many people as they're sworn. So they're also struggling to fill those roles currently as well. So you're going to see some deviations on victim services, especially now going into 2025, where they may not come out, but they'll start working with the officer via phone call to set up resources.
Yeah, because it's man, you want to talk about a high turnover rate, especially where I was at, where it was a lot of kid calls.
VA.
Oh my
VA.
God.
All day.
Oh my God.
Compassion fatigue hits them hard and fast.
Yeah, I think the average was like 3 to 5 years. Like after a while, we had a couple of supervisors that were maybe like 10, 12 years, but like they weren't in the grift of the work. They weren't having to go out anymore. And damn, like that was a rough, because they only show up to bad calls. Like they're never going to show up to like a nothing call. We were at least, it's a bullshit commercial alarm or whatever. Some of those were heinous. And those are the only ones they showed up on. So I get it on the turnover for that. It's the social workers everybody was asking for. It's basically what victim services is, or victims assistance. Let's see what our disposition is here.
He was charged with domestic violence and assault by strangulation, but remains innocent until proven guilty in court.
Well, they felt like they had PC. It's typically more complicated. The way that you make contact, you don't always get to pick how you make contact with your victim. This instance, these officers believed that this lady was the victim, right? And had enough evidence that they believed to charge this guy. Apprehension was, right? We got lucky. We had a very compliant suspect that decided to not make it anybody else's worst day of their lives. So I'm going to take points because I don't like that. I'm only going to take 10. I think they did a good job on the follow-up interview. Demeanor was fine for all that. Going to take some from society because there are people around both of those individuals that didn't do enough intervention to prevent it from escalating that much. We're going to take some from admin for poor training.
I've said this pretty frequently as of late, but like any tactic works unopposed.
Oh yeah. Oh, like
right. So
yeah, you can.
And just because it worked unopposed one time doesn't mean it's going to work well once you have opposition.
Yeah.
And it's kind of critical to set yourself up so should there be opposition, meaning bad thing is happening, that you're in a place where you have the highest probability of survival.
And it's really
much less success.
Yeah, it's really like that cuts to the crux of the whole reason why we do real body cam environments here is because it's like, hey, we got lucky. And it's not that we can't call that a win, because yes, like cool, nobody got hurt. Let's high five and we could bullshit there at the station. But if nobody's going back through it and looking at it, what if it didn't happen? And we see plenty of calls where it doesn't happen, right? And we didn't get a compliant person and those bad tactics ended up, like how many times did they apply those bad tactics to feel comfortable doing it in even a very real high risk environment, right? And then again, you thought you caught the snake, but you really got the tiger by the tail. And that's too late. Like it's too late to fix anything. It literally, it's funny because I remember when we first started doing this, we got a lot of, we'll call it friction in the law enforcement community. And I was like, no, dude, you got to learn from it. There are people, again, millennials are a great example of this. There are people that it's their job to study it and it's their job to evaluate it. And they have the real world experience to push back on it. And you're like, hey, we were taught by better cops than us, and we realized we could do the job even better. but you only did that through evaluating these scenarios and get better at interviews and get better at scene safety and get better at how you would approach it. Heck, the way your cars are being manufactured is being evaluated to figure out the best possible solution for how to increase survivability, both for the officer and then for everybody else involved. But it's important. I think this is critical. This should happen whether we continue to do it or not, especially in law enforcement circles. Because if we're not doing this type of evaluation, we're just going to keep doing the bad thing. And when the bad call happens, you get Uvalde and are confused as to why it happened. You're like, it's not, I don't believe it was malice. It's just, we've never had to do it. We've always gotten compliance. We've always gotten whatever. Now we finally got the bad thing, and here we are.
What felt good to do sometimes isn't the most appropriate.
Right.
Dude, hey, goat, goat, hey, where do you live?
That is definitely a deputy question.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Little Elm.
But it's not. It's Little Elm, bro.
This is Sugarland, Texas, basically.
That's a Sugarland cop.
Damn, that's rough.
He's putting some sugar on that goat.
He's putting some
Look
sugar.
how cool this car is. Get in the car. Yeah, that's good. That's a good go.
Dude,
Come here.
if this works,
Go. Hey,
I'm gonna be pissed.
go. Come here. No, 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 no. No, come here. Come here. Hey, hey. Come here.
No way. No way.
Get in the car.
I've never seen a goat
No, you're not gonna
this
ram
friendly. First off, but never seen this work.
Also, just being cool, you know?
me. We're not doing that. No, bad go. Bad go. Go in there. Yeah, let's go.
No way that works.
Bullshit.
That's wild. No way.
You want
Results matter.
Dude, that face is awesome.
Dude, no. He found the most compliant goat of all time. That is crazy to me. That's hilarious. Well, hey, man. He got bailed out by a compliant individual. I will give him points for the outcome. Generally, you're probably going to have to go hands-on with a goat.
I feel like 10 more is it's worth 10 more. You don't even have to rope it.
That's true. He verbally roped it. I'll give him 10 more. I like that.
That verbal judo worked on the goat.
It worked on the goat. IPC skills. Is that what an IPG, interpersonal goat?
Goat skills.
Yeah, goat skills.
bad mamma jamma? You have the right to remain silent and not make any statements at all. Any statements you make may be used against you at trial. Any statements you make may be used as evidence against you in court.
He's got
you have
far
the right
too
to have
much
a lawyer
time,
present
so-
to advise you prior to
He's enjoying
this
it too much.
question. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. And you have a right to terminate the interview at any time. Do you understand these rights that I've read to you? With these rights in mind, do you still wish to talk to me? You know what, Jim? You want to talk to me? Give me back.
Give me a bat. I guess points to good boys, right? For being compliant here. Here we go. There you go. Give some points. Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, shout out to Verbal Judo working out. I probably could have gone hands-on. If that was an ornery goat, you might have a different issue there. The other thing, too, is specifically with animals that live outside, ticks, fleas, and stuff like that. Most of it you should be fine on, but some of it you can absolutely get jacked up on. But it's work-related. Just make sure you do the workman's comp claim.
A muni cop would be worried about that.
I'm saying, dog. I'm just saying, we're soft-handed city slickers, okay?
No, I'm trampling through the fucking woods after people.
I know, dude. It's every time I watch it happen, I'm like, Lyme disease is clearly not something you've considered. I'm convinced.
I've considered it. I actually have it.
No
I actually
kidding.
have that. Yeah, I actually have that.
That's what I'm saying. It just like you're like almost guaranteed. If you, especially in Texas, you run out into the brush, like bro, it sketches me out. Not to mention, hey, at least it's not like alpha gal or whatever, where you can't have like meat at all, like protein at all.
Let's not forget all the things that are out there. I've accidentally stepped on rattlesnakes several times.
I was gonna say, like that's really where y'all be built different. I'm like, yo, dog, I will create the perimeter. You who have slightly bigger stones than me, I'll let you guys run off into the woods. There's some bad things out in Texas backcountry.
Some big tarantulas.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, it's getting exciting.
December 16th, 2024, West Allis, Wisconsin, 9:34 a.m. West Allis officers were dispatched to a report of a stolen vehicle near 58th and National. A stolen Mazda was found sitting in a Taco Bell parking lot.
I'm 81 at AMA 9977, and he's going to start taking off.
So stolen. My agency would chase for this. Come do wilderness search and rescue. Hell no. Goat Goon Squad, shut up. Custodies, I gave points to good boys. Don't worry. This is my people. We don't.
We're gonna be going crashing into.
Oh.
Going into Greenfield.
Greenfield.
Yeah, those are not pit bumpers.
Dear Chief, I was on the wrong side of the road. When I made contact with the suspect vehicle.
306, he crashed into my squad head on. Crash into a squad, rammed a squad.
Okay, so even if you didn't have a pit policy, which my agency did not, we didn't pit cars, we weren't trained to do it, whatever. He starts hitting other vehicles intentionally. You start having that discussion, I think. Like, hey, put it out over the radio. Ask a supervisor, you know. Yo, dog, it's getting weird. Can I be cool and like try a pit? Don't
Not
say
a pit, it's a push.
Yeah. Can I tactically move this guy off the roadway? Is what you gotta ask over the radio. Free advice.
6 on National, going east.
On National Avenue, the driver reached 95 miles per hour, coming within 10 feet of a pedestrian.
That's why I'm Team Pit. Put it in the take the ASP method. Put it in the ditch.
There's no ditch here. You're not going to want to pit in this environment.
Also, going 90 in this, yeah, we're just watching now.
We're about 5-6 right now.
You shouldn't have made it out of that parking lot, to be fair.
Eastbound National, 77, traffic medium.
Impromptu coordination is not a very widely used skill, so it's not something you're going to see a cops doing. It's going to be a team that works together a lot that tends to impromptu coordinate very quickly.
Yeah, this is rough.
That pedestrian is probably.
We're doing about 75 miles an hour.
I think that's the flow of traffic.
That's psycho.
Clearly, this group of cops doesn't have the word terminate in their vocabulary.
Yeah, if you don't got a pit policy and you're in this like with the wet roads, because now I can't even trust my own car. Like braking's not the same, accelerating's not the same, cornering's not the same because it's wet.
And caveat to that, though, depending on what state you're in, it may never be dry. In which case, there's variants for that.
Yeah, maybe they're experts. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they understand that better.
Yeah, that's fair.
Keep calling out. If you go down, it's probably about. We're past One Parkway.
Golly, he's going. He's moving.
Pretty clear with traffic right now. It is a little slippery with the road. However, we are seeing able to pick up right now. South Hampton pursuit eastbound on National from 60th. We went northbound on 3-4. Northbound on 3-4.
No way. No way. He gone.
We're now eastbound at Pierce.
Oh, unless that's him.
Pierce.
No, you still got him in sight. That's keeping the rabbit in sight.
Yeah.
He's going northbound now on 27. Northbound on 27.
Whoever's calling this is crushing it.
I think this is number 2 calling.
Northbound 27. Pretty close to us right now. Doing about 70 miles an hour. Light traffic. Pursuing Resident Guard Squad. Almost stolen vehicles. Reckless driving.
That was a green light.
Still northbound
That's a red light.
on 27. Just red light at Clybourne.
Otra?
Sketch.
That's a yellow.
Going into oncoming traffic at Wisconsin.
I'd be nervous about my backup unit rear-ending me at this point.
I'm curious if it was just a stolen vehicle or if it was involved in a robbery.
Still northbound though.
Ooh, I didn't think about that. If it's involved in a robbery, I don't think you ever let this thing go. You're gonna chase that till the wheels fall off. But just as stolen, I gotta think about, right? Like, ooh,
Oh, sorry, that was.
this ain't worth dying over.
It looked disabled. Even the front damage could be moderate.
Negative. No front end damage.
Yeah, we used the vehicle once as a tire deflation device on a vehicle like that. That was used in robberies.
You used a what?
Our vehicle turned into a tire deflation device because they disabled our vehicle, but we took out a tire, so
That's
it was a win.
That's hot. Yes, Smokey Al, I'm fine. I'm holding in my fear for these guys. This is brave. That was great.
We're holding our breath, Smokey. This is a wild pursuit in a wet environment.
That's green.
Eastbound Highland, he's in the westbound lanes of traffic. There's no traffic. That's in 15. Speeds are 70.
And you gotta know this guy probably is aware of some other people's pursuit policies because he's making a point to really go in on.
Yeah, get him. Let's go.
Crash, crash, crash.
He tried to disable it using the airbag to point it.
Pit.
That's the right time. Good.
There it is. Slow
Pin,
speeds.
pin. Oh no.
Second unit wasn't there.
Grass right now on 13.
No, or wasn't there fast enough.
Okay, back to 14th Street, northbound 14th.
We're going through the park. We're going north. What would be 15th?
Got so much worse.
To the park.
You gotta follow him in there.
Through this park area on the sidewalk.
Now you're calling out pedestrian traffic.
No kidding.
We're in the park at 15th Street.
Light traffic, wet conditions.
We're on the golf course now.
Milwaukee, you can throw sticks. We appreciate it. Hit a mark one.
Bro.
Ain't nobody at that park right now. It's raining.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's the only saving grace about all this rain.
You guys got my boy did it.
Yeah, rocks for the win.
There it is. There it is. Oh, the rocks got him.
High-sided him.
I guess points to Mother Nature, or I guess just the planning committee here. Oversight to put
He
rocks.
pushed him under those rocks, so well played.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's getting ignorant, though.
Now, at the point of attack here, I would still like some level of lethal cover. I get his mindset where he's thinking, I got guys in my backstop. I'm just going to try to go hands-on. But if you're the contact officer right now, you are the contact officer. Everyone else is your backstop. You are not theirs. So I am team pull out the gun here, and I'm probably muzzling the hell out of this window. But I don't like the idea of approaching this with nothing in my hands. But knowing you're in a 360-degree no-shoot, I also don't hate the idea of him just saying, fuck it. I'm going to put myself at risk to try to end this as quickly as possible. I don't know. But I'm a gun person. I'm pointing a gun at this car. That's me.
I'm staying back. You got people coming.
Hmm?
Slow down, hold what you have.
I don't hate that either, to be honest.
It's higher percentage that are under opposition.
Yeah.
If you're gonna approach the car, work from the A pillar.
Well, there goes that guy.
There they go.
Dude, I tell you what, that stick was good.
There's three of them in there. You shot three of them from there.
Look at this T-cut. Look at this T-cut right here. Oop. Got him. Got them hips turned around. T-cut him. Bro, this guy's played ball. Oh, bro, he's moving. Oh, if that would have worked. But since it didn't, let's go. Points from Axon.
Get on the fucking ground now, or you might be
I also don't hate the idea of holstering this and pointing a gun at this guy.
shot. Get on the ground.
I'll be honest with you. This is kind of a weird way of looking at it, but I don't want anything in my hands right here because I need to react.
I don't hate that either, especially if you got somebody else
Because-
behind you. Yeah.
I'd rather be empty-handed until I know what I need immediately, and then get that out.
Especially if you eat shit doing this and it's wet and soggy with boots.
Your equipment's going blind,
dude.
Because if your hands free like this shit like this,
Oh yeah,
much easier to do.
If your hands are free, yeah. The taser deployment there was kind of stupid.
We got him. He's in custody. He's in custody. That was fucking stupid, man. Thanks for coming, guys. Yeah.
We got another one in custody.
There's a female that was in the car.
Yeah, we got it.
Thanks, Wilson.
We didn't mean to jump in your guys' way. 304. It looks like everybody's in custody.
You know that?
Okay, what pros out, man? What pros? You got stuck with a taser. Did you know that? Stand up for me, man. Just stand up.
You know what, Buxom? I'm good with it. It was a good move. I mean, it was a classic. You get their hips committed, you do the T-cut, and there was a football coach somewhere. There was a position coach that's like, that's good soup.
Thanks, Buxton, for the super chat.
Yeah. I'll give him 100 points for that. That's hilarious.
And it was wet out, and he did that.
That's what I mean.
Concrete.
That's what I mean. It was a good
wet concrete,
and that was a one step. Like it's not like he pitter pattered his way into that cut. He stuck one foot and went. Man.
All right, I'm good. How about you guys?
All right, I'm gonna take the probe off. Fuck.
It's Route 69. Nice. Raw dog it?
According to the complaint, the chase covered 4.9 miles, including wrong way driving and multiple red light violations, with speeds topping 100 miles an hour. A search of the Mazda revealed a methamphetamine pill and a loaded handgun.
We got medical coming for you, all right? Jason? Jason, what's your middle initial? Thanks. For Xavier?
Sorry.
What's your last name? Mark. How do you spell that? C-L-A. Does it have an E or not? It has an E? Okay. What's your date of birth? 2802.
There you are, go.
2802.
Yeah, that's what happens when you run, I guess. But
The driver was identified as a 24-year-old man named Austin. Austin faced 7 counts, including first-degree recklessly endangering safety, multiple fleeing and eluding charges, possession of a firearm as a felon, meth possession, and resisting an officer. Many of the charges also carry habitual criminality repeater enhancers. At his plea hearing, Austin agreed to plead guilty to 3 felony counts: fleeing and eluding, counts 2 and 4; possession of a firearm by a felon, count 5. The most serious remaining charges, including recklessly endangering safety and meth possession, were dismissed but read in. The court ordered Austin to remain in custody and set his cash bond at $25,000.
That's pretty reasonable.
Thanks
actually.
for watching, and
shout out to them.
That's a base town right there.
That's okay. Shout out to judges.
Yeah, judges need points for that.
Yeah, I normally never give these fools points. And I guess prosecutors, I'll give them some points while we're at it. That's pretty big. I did not expect that, to be honest. That's keeping him in custody and putting like a reasonable bond.
More points to the suspects for commitment to fleeing in killer fashion sense. Thank you, Buxton, for the super chat.
You know what? I won't hoflate you on these here. Here. There you go. Bucks. Stupid. He's in for the killer fashion.
Police respond to a Publix after receiving a complaint about a man aggressively bothering customers for money
we're back in
inside the
Florida,
store,
bro.
and find him outside near a no trespassing sign.
Good morning.
Could they make this any more beige? Oh my God.
I saw your text. I turned my phone on for the first time in like a week. I've been in training all week.
Where's the soundboard?
My boy, what do you mean you saw her Maybe. I'm going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. Maybe this is a semi-rural area, and this Publix is the only thing they got going on. But I have my doubts. Hold on. Is that her left hand? Ooh. I got questions.
All week, but I was already.
There's answers.
I'm like, just probably turn my phone on.
So did you? Because I did call.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I was on my way here. I'm like, let me turn my phone. But I
So she calls 911 and then texts this fool. Was he a sergeant? No. It's just your local friendly peace officer.
So he's down by
Based on the orientation of those magazines, I'm going to say he's a very senior deputy.
Although I didn't see it.
But I was already coming to the call, and I'm like, I should probably turn my phone on.
So did you? Because I did call.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
I was on my way here.
Oh no.
But I
Very senior.
Down by on the other side of the atrium now because somebody bought him a bag. So he's been getting money from people, but someone gave him a bag of food. So he's probably right on the other side of the atrium.
My boy.
Great t-shirt.
I'm not sure if he's been.
These magazines are foreshadowing.
It's a collar color.
Yeah, dude.
Blackish gray pants. And I'm like, hey, buddy.
Django, I was thinking the same thing.
Sorry.
Yep.
We've been doing this for too long. My boy is sus as hell. Oh man.
He's the one walking around, man. It's not our fault. This is public information at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, my friend?
boss?
I'll let him finish the chips, man.
What's going on?
This shit I'm fucking eating, bro.
Excuse me?
This shit I'm eating.
Excuse me?
Don't you fucking see I'm eating?
What's wrong? What's up?
I'm eating, bro. You can't fucking step on my fucking food, boss.
Some clues, just to know who we're discussing here. Now, if he's a frequent flyer, they already know who he is. But let's say it's the first time you've ever met this guy ever. Randomly eating a meal outside of a grocery store could mean a couple things. Guy could totally be on a break. Now, you just talk to staff, so we can probably eliminate that right off the rip, right? Could be boyfriend waiting to pick up girlfriend from work. You never know. Could happen. But generally speaking, because he's not wearing layers, it makes me believe that he's not homeless, right? I can't tell off the body cam, but you can kind of figure out pretty quickly the cleanliness level of the individual. He's got a haircut that looks recent enough, right? And the clothes that looks like it was likely cleaned enough. And like I said, he's not wearing layers. If he looks relatively well-nourished and is taking care of his personal hygiene, he's not homeless. But based on his demeanor, you could have substance abuse, potentially. And we're not physicians by any measure, but potentially some MHID issues here. That just lets you know who you're talking to. Doesn't change anything about the criminal elements of the offense that you may or may not be seeing, but adjust your expectations for the level of communications you're going to have with the person you're talking to. Don't ask this guy about his feelings on the theory of relativity or whatever.
Excuse me.
Take note of the sign above them.
That's a pretty good sign. I don't know how Florida does it, but I'm assuming they have like a anti-loitering thing.
Very, very conspicuously placed with the little badge on there.
Yeah.
Eating? Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm going to tell you right now. Let's bring it down. The reason we're here is because the manager of Publix said they wanted you trespassed. Somebody bought you food, but they wanted you trespassed. We come here, we speak to you nicely. We're not raising.
Don't lie to me. I brought my food.
Excuse me.
Don't even fucking lie to me.
I am about to lose my fucking patience, which I don't.
He seems like a very calm, collected police officer. This is probably my people, unfortunately.
No, this is the green, the sheriff's deputies.
Oh, are they deputized?
Oh yeah, that's definitely deputized.
Papa bless.
You don't want me to fucking do. So
And he
yes,
is
I'm not
the
lying to you.
saltiest of the bunch.
Dude, he is extra salty. And I get that the guy's yelling or whatever, but like, it's a criminal trespass. Like, what are we doing? Like,
Publix wants you fucking trespassed.
Okay.
Excuse me, and what? And what? You gonna start fucking getting mad? You gonna start fucking raising your voice? You gonna fucking do that? I don't think so.
This guy's emotionally compromised. His girlfriend works at the store.
I was gonna say his girlfriend's at the store. Honestly, it tells me everything I need to know that the backup deputy here just walked off and was like, I don't want to be here for this.
Men?
I'm fucking eating.
I don't give a where they don't want you here. You didn't buy food. Somebody bought you.
It is a pattern,
Show me your
Jimmy.
receipt. Show me your receipt.
You, bro, this is my food. I'm buying. Oh, look, my receipt right there. You, get away from me, man. I bought my food. Get away. Get the food in, man. Yo, I don't see nobody. You think I'm slow?
This is how it's gonna work. I fucking tase your ass and take you to jail. Or you
We're really gonna tase this fool for being verbally combative? Like,
Does that say Russian on the outside?
yeah, it says Russian. That's not dyslexia. Yeah, that's weird. This was like blue tape too.
That's weird.
Interesting.
Get your happy ass up and walk away. I don't want to tase you. I'd rather fucking punch you. But this is what we're gonna fucking do. You know.
So you're gonna experience a myriad of emotions in law enforcement, right? And it happens, right? On a criminal trespass, this is a pretty low bar. It's not a domestic. It's not a loud noise complaint. It's not like a child endangerment call. You're not. This is not. Would his behavior be acceptable if this was an OIS with an officer down and whatever? Still no, in my personal opinion. You should be able
The
to.
totality of circumstances is not in this.
That's kind of what I'm saying. It doesn't change your behavior. You should be a consummate professional no matter what's going on. But
I'm in danger.
where I'm from, this is days off. In my, it's going to fall under conduct unbecoming, right, of a police officer. We have a certain standard that we like to maintain, and cussing out and threatening to punch the homeless population is not going to fall under blessed conduct by the social contract that we're trying to honor as police officers, right? Ugh. Is it illegal? No, but it erodes public trust. And let's say, right, somehow, some way, this guy produces a knife and earns a bullet here, right? And maybe he earns it. Is this officer allowed to defend himself when this guy tries to kill him? Sure. But you think they're going to play that, or they're going to play this conversation when Ben Crump shows up to go try to sue the department for having to smoke this guy? Maybe stack it in your favor, right? But anyways. It's a name from training, having his weapons for sale for safety. Deputy Sheriff Russian. Oh, well, there you go. Interesting.
Answers the question.
Interesting. Greg, thank you. Bucks, could the deputy think he is escalating to de-escalate?
It's called officer-induced agency, and there's already case law on it.
Yep. Good luck.
Moral of the story is don't do it.
Yeah, good luck.
Understand me? Say f you again.
This is protected by the First Amendment.
Now we're gonna handle this f***ing nice. I'm gonna put the taser away.
You slow? What? There's no guns in the world? There's no gun in the world? There's no gun in the world? What's your problem? Watch me.
Watch you what?
There's no, watch me.
Watch you what?
There's no gun in the world? Watch me.
Watch you what? Is that a threat?
Get away.
You didn't away. You're here on public property. They don't want you here.
Get the fuck out.
No, I do.
I'm smarter than you.
You are smarter than me. I guarantee you're smarter than me.
Get the fuck away.
Get up. Get up.
Go show me the person that said that. Go show me. You think I'm talking to Get away from me. I'm intelligent, man. Get away.
You were smarter than I am. Get up.
Go show me the person. I'm getting. Don't stand on my food.
Sir.
Go show me the fucking person.
I'm about to throw everything away. So
You have money. You're not gonna throw nothing away.
Get up.
I'll snap you.
Get away from me. Get away.
You threatening my partner?
Get away. Hello. I just surgery my leg.
Oh, that's a taser.
I'm blind. Get away.
That's a taser. Let's put it on the ground.
Well, yes, that was much smarter. Give him access to it. That was great.
I'm just glad it's not my people.
I've said it many a time, and I'll say it out loud for everyone to hear because I've put it in the chat enough. Deputies come in two types: slugs and studs. Where are we at?
Oh man, this is hard to watch. Let's take the misconduct side, or like the conduct unbecoming side, out of the equation, right? Let's say he's refusing the criminal trespass, right? And he doesn't want to leave, which he's kind of made it known that he doesn't want to leave. So he's effecting the arrest on the criminal trespass. I'm going to say he's got a lawful arrest on the criminal trespass. You just look like a jackass doing it, right? He's going hands-on to effect the arrest, and the guy resists. We end up on the ground, right? I'm not saying that's outside of the realm of legally arguable things here, right? But us putting the taser on the ground's universally going to be a bad idea unless there's some crazy exigent circumstances where that's faster than, reholstering it or whatever. Heck, I almost got written up for throwing my taser. I was in Rookie. Had to go tase Crossbow Boy. The taser didn't work. And en route to running to tackle him so he doesn't reacquire his crossbow to try to kill us or himself, I just threw my taser because I was mid-sprint. I threw it into a swamp. There's no way he's recovering this thing. We were lucky I recovered it. And then the discussion came up. Do we write little baby Josh up for this? And they said, no, dude, save this guy's life. Maybe we'll give him a mulligan. So I got a lecture about it, and then we moved on.
You got a line entry for damaging your taser.
No, I got lucky. It fell like in tall grass, so it didn't like sink into the mud.
Oh,
So
that's lucky.
I got very lucky that it didn't get submerged, because I definitely I ended up snapping it in half like 2 months later. And that one I did have to write a little memo for.
Yeah, well, those handles are pretty long on those X26Ps.
Mm-hmm. Snapped it right where the battery meets the body. Just snap. I had a picture somewhere. It was a bad time.
That being said, it's one thing for a suspect to escalate, because that's going to happen, and then you adjust your response to that resistance. It's another thing for you to escalate it, which this deputy does, and now does it justify the suspect's escalation?
Yeah, it's wild. This would be, if Ben Crump were going to show up to something, that I wouldn't be too terribly pissed off about this one. I was like, well, I understand the argument here. He's getting jacked up based on cussing at the guy, and then they unnecessarily escalated it, used force on him. I could understand a civil rights violation happening here. X-Bane is defending Florida by saying, to be fair, it's Florida. Those weirdos defend Publix like it's holy ground.
And on that note, we can definitely talk about the deputy's manicure, but I don't think that qualifies as uniform.
Probably not.
Hello.
Put your hands behind your back.
Oh, put her hands up.
Oh, no way. He grabbed it?
Of course, they put it in front of him. Now he can defend himself with it. That's probably what he's thinking.
If this guy takes a bullet for this, oof.
It's going that direction.
Oof. We didn't get the spicy warning, so I'm.
No, just from watching it. Yeah. I don't even know.
Oh no! The emergency I put myself in.
You have a taser in your hand, sir.
She's
Let go
doing
of the taser. This can end bad.
My question is, how many times did that taser go off already?
I was gonna say, dude, you got wire and everything out here.
Because if it already went off twice, it's not going to be effective anymore.
Especially if the probes are already like out, and they didn't get stuck in anybody. Yeah.
Oh, get away from me!
This is now a toy.
Get away from me!
Let go of the taser.
Put your hand behind your back.
Let go. Let go. Let go.
Put your hand behind your back.
Let go of the taser.
Who are we talking to here? The guy that. Oh, they got it away from him.
Put your hands behind your back.
Get away from me! I did this surgery. Get away from me!
Back to square one.
Let's learn nothing about it. I'm gonna let you be responsible for the point total here.
No.
These are your people. Yeah,
we're about to go negative on this one.
At least Keith didn't have to sit through this one. You gotta bug Keith about this. He's like, dude.
No, I don't know. It's fine.
I tanked the Titanic for you here.
I hate to say this. I've sat through worse lately.
Oh, that's
good.
Let's
continue.
So now.
Put your hands behind your back.
My hands are held.
Put your hands behind your back.
Get away from me. Get away from me. You get away from me? No.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. And that'll be
don't go back.
Get away from me. I can't breathe. Hello? I can't breathe.
You're breathing because you're coughing.
I can't breathe.
Oh, a registered adult shows
Put your
up.
hands behind your back.
No way a probe landed. Let's go. I didn't expect it. Man.
Right in the kneecap too. Ooh, that's rough.
Could you imagine? Dear Sheriff. Well, what had happened was.
What had happened was I forgot where my holster was.
I have to walk. My legs, hello.
And the suspect tased me with a taser.
Stop resisting. Listen to us.
I'm not.
You're not listening.
Put your hand on your back. My legs.
Oh my God.
My legs. I just did surgery. My legs. I can't. I have to walk. You just out eating, man. Get away from me. I'm good. Get away from me, man.
Finally, Deputy Confident showed up.
No
kidding. He's trying to break my legs.
He's
trying to pass me out.
Okay.
No, get off of me.
Hey.
That bald guy.
Yeah. The registered adult.
The tall dude and the bald guy that showed up to save the day. Yeah.
Yo, man, I just buy food. Get off me.
So she's pointing at her leg. I want to hear her explanation for this.
Get off of me, man. Don't move. You hear me? I'm not listening. This is my shit. Off of me. Yo. Say hello.
I'd cycle it for giggles.
Yo. Get off of me.
Let's let the lesson sink in.
No, are you hurt? Are you hurt? What's his problem? What's your problem? I'm doing that. I buy food. Why push me for me? Go. Hey, you okay? You listen. You trying to pass me out? You okay? He's a stupid guy that's trying to pass me out. I get loans. Go my phone. Car. My ankle off. No. You don't show my friend. For what reason? I didn't see nobody. Let's check. Yo. Hello. Don't move. My leg is. I just served you.
Spread your leg. Well, we're hitting the trifecta on this, man. Golly. Oh man.
Listen, man, we're not. Listen.
There's no recovery
right now.
There's
You're live.
none.
You had our taser. You shot
It's
my
too far
partner.
gone.
You're welcome.
You embarrassed me in front of my girlfriend inside.
That's basically what I took from this entire video.
Welcome. You know how bad this could be on for you? All this over what?
This entire video is
Nice.
the definition of emotional compromise.
I have to walk. You're walking. I have to walk. My leg. I just handcuffed. You're walking. I don't break my leg now. My hands are walking. For food. Oh, hello. My hand.
The defendant was found guilty on 3 charges: battery on a police officer, resisting an officer without violence, and trespassing in a structure.
What?
The area that they live in probably covered for that. Some of that.
Yeah, but what? The trespass I could see. Resisting I could see. I would want to do one of the two. I would say battery on a peace officer since the taser did go off. However,
he did pull the trigger, but
yeah, like it'd be
The
like
how-
putting the
the
gun
how-
on the table, right? Then be, oh no, he picked it up.
yeah, I think the how it got there needs to be brought into context.
Yeah.
Or conveyance. All 3 were adjudicated guilty by the court. 4 other charges were
No
dropped.
kidding.
These
Oh.
But yes, Easy, that's correct. No nails were broken in this.
Yes,
In this video.
Easy gets it. So interesting that they took the aggravated battery off. Because this would just be like simple assault, I'm guessing, is like the equivalency for the taser. Although normally,
They
under
basically-
that's yeah.
They basically, which is crazy, they basically dropped all the prerequisite charges,
Which is weird.
with the exception of trespass in a structure.
Right. This is weird.
included 2 counts of resisting an officer with violence, 1 count of trespassing after warning, and 1 count of aggravated battery. Prosecutors chose not to take action on those charges. The court's decision
Yeah, they had to watch the same thing we did. We're like, well, we're gonna be lucky to not get sued on this one. So let's call it what it is. I don't like the 99. Also, is that the wrong date? I don't know. I didn't make the thumbnail or any of this. Okay, I'll let you be responsible for points. Millennial are your people.
reflects a partial conviction.
Bring up the board, please.
Okay.
Bring the scorecard down to 50.
Oh my God, for real? Oh man.
Dude, I'm not kidding with that. That is hot garbage.
If I was the supervisor above that shift, and you'd have to be higher than like a lieutenant to make decisions like this, that would be the last day that guy worked at my agency. Because we're lucky. It was just a
This is the
criminal
video.
trespass.
This is the video I show what not to do.
For real, dude. Like it would be mandatory viewing stuff for all the rookies coming in. Don't do this. I'd go to briefing. I'd be like, don't you ever do this. I don't care how pissed off you get. Don't you ever do this on body cam. Or it'll be your last day working here. That's crazy. It tarnishes the reputation of the agency, not to mention the profession, right? But like, had that gone sideways, you're talking burning it down in the streets. Like, I don't know, man. Neon Neck Boy had technically better decorum than this guy did.
I mean, not to open that can of worms, but technically he was taught that.
That's what I mean.
Like he was doing
Precisely,
even if not proper for the time, he was
sure
doing what he was taught.
Yeah.
You know, everything else being involved, what it is,
God, dude,
right?
and how painful.
I don't know that
whole...
I don't know that this deputy was ever taught to escalate somebody,
right?
To threaten to punch him in the face, but I'll just tase you anyway.
Right.
These things don't lend themselves to the community. He's going to trust that guy when he shows up.
And I can't imagine there's a single person that was responsible for any stitch of training that he got for his license that would have blessed any of that encounter. Period. Full stop.
No, and we don't know if there was any administrative sanctions that were taken because
that's true.
That's probably not.
That's true.
Be reported. There very well could have been, but as far as legal's concerned, there were charges that were prosecutable.
And what sucks is those charges give him qualified immunity.
And this is where we get into, what do we name this? Right? I'm going to call this lawful but awful.
1,000%. Yeah, I think he gets covered, and this is what's frustrating about all of it. Because on one side, we do need to have some sort of, hey, I want officers to intervene, and it's going to be messy, and it's going to get weird, and I'm not always going to understand it or capture everything on the body cam. So I just need to recruit and trust that these officers are doing a good thing, unless I see a pattern of behavior that says otherwise, and then I can correct it from there. But like, it's actions like this is why you have the ACAB crowd, in my personal opinion. And if we don't come out and call it out, we are empowering the very thing that they believe exists. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're going to get the no shoes one.
Spicy time!
Dogs out.
This AI.
The last one. We can be done for the evening.
Sweet.
Oh,
let's go.
They're making fun of my Texas accent. Do you mean they can do it off body cam? No, so the whole idea is if your body cam's off, you're not interacting with the public. You can go be a little dipshit somewhere else. That's fine. You're a human being. I fully expect that you're going to be a very flawed individual when you're not operating as a police officer, right? You're going to go back to Call of Duty lobby behavior. I fully expect that. But while you're interacting with the public, your body cam should be on. Even if your body cam dies, anytime that you're interacting with the public, I have a much higher expectation for stuff. I can't be over there socially shaming my belief unless they're doing something public, right?
But even in the code of ethics, not code of ethics, I guess it is a code of ethics in a way. Right. There's a saying in there that says, "I will keep my private life unsullied because of any example at all." Mm-hmm. Right? So it just goes to feel like held to a higher standard.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. We're giving you a lot of power and authority. He wouldn't be working in my department. Period. If I caught him doing some bullshit like that to a rookie,
there's moral turpitude issues there that are worth reviewing.
Yeah. All of the kitties. Lisa.
There's a body in here! Start EMS!
On September 24th, 2023, at around 2 a.m., officers with the Frederick County Sheriff's Office in Maryland responded to a welfare check outside a Costco distribution center. The caller reported that a semi-truck driver appeared intoxicated and had shattered his own window. What officers didn't know was that this would lead to a shocking and disturbing discovery.
What's going on, big man? How you doing? We're not coming in there. You all right? I'm Corporal A-Hold. How are you today? Hey, you're having a bad day?
I'm hired in a kite.
It's all good. We all have them. So listen to me. Here's what we need to do. They got to run their business, right? We don't want to lock you up. We just want to make sure you're okay. We're not taking you to jail. None of that stuff. So do me a favor. Could you just let us know for our safety that you don't have anything in that other hand over there? Can you show me? Just so
This is a clue. Also, a random like injury. It might probably got up in the glass, but that's ooh.
You feel safe, please? Is there somebody in there with you? Huh? You don't have any guns, right? Okay. So
right there's a do-gooder right there. I'm gonna try to gather information if I can. Try to see what he can see. Shout out to him.
So can you just let me see the map?
I think it's a little quick. He's doing the right thing by trying to get to see both hands, but all it's about, hey, I'm not trying to take you out of your truck. No, I am trying to take you out of your truck.
I'm trying to do all the things, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's that compliment sandwich. We're gonna get away from that real quick.
Right. The rapport building ladder, generally speaking, starts with you're trying to open up dialogue, all that kind of stuff. You don't want to do is lie, because you're gonna have to backpedal it, right? And the second they catch you and said lie, and you have to backpedal it, now we're punching this guy in the face and ripping him out of the car. He's not just mad that we punched him in the face. He's also going to spend the rest of your 3-hour interaction. You told me you weren't going to take me out. Like, it just don't set yourself up for failure.
There's a better way to phrase it.
Yeah, the easiest way that I could, the playbook that I played from, I'm not trying to hem you up, but I have stuff I have to get through from a safety standpoint. That means that, like, if you were in my shoes, I always hit him with that. Put yourself in my shoes.
Anything in that realm, would be fine, because you're kind of alleviating that initial stress of I'm going to jail.
Yeah, but
even though they're probably going to jail.
But like telling them they're not going to jail, telling them you're not going to do normal safety stuff, pulling them out of the car, checking inside the car, like we're gonna be doing all that.
I know it's wet out there, but his face is pale. He's sweating,
dude.
Right? You have some indicators of a couple of things: medical, narcotic. Right? Something's off.
At least the equipment violation, something like.
Yeah. He's due for a level 1 inspection.
Yeah, at the very minimum. This is.
So you're clear. So let me ask you something. Are you having a medical emergency right now? You want me to call you an ambulance here? You don't? But you need to do me a favor. Will you cut your truck off for me? We're not arresting you.
As a backup officer, the way this officer is being nonchalant, I'm thinking about what I'm going to have to do to protect my boy, because he's being way too laid back with this guy.
Yeah, the horror film currently playing in Millennial's head is this dude's going to come up with a pistol in his other hand, and this deputy's going to take the first round, and I better be able to handle up after that. Not to mention everything else that could potentially happen here. Oh, I don't hate this posture from, like, if I trust my backup officer and I'm really trying to push, because I don't want this guy taken off in an 18-wheeler. We don't have a ton of good solutions for 18-wheeler, right? So we're going to try to talk our way into this, but in the meantime, backup officers got to be quickly being like, okay, well, what's our plan here? Are we going to try to go on the passenger side and force our way in and kick this dude out? Like, can you spike strip an 18-wheeler? I don't know how any of that works. You can't block it in.
Under stress, you're not going to be able to separate your hands because your knuckles are going to prevent your hands from separating.
Oh, yeah.
Just from that position right there.
The posture as a whole, I maybe have one on that guardrail, and the other one's probably lingering next to my holster, to be honest. I'm not holding a flashlight. I'm not holding anything. I'm keeping the business hand clean, because I've watched this scenario play itself out a few times, and all the indicators are there. You know, your threat assessment is like, a guy looks higher than a kite. He's sitting in an 18-wheeler, which by itself is a weapon. I asked, just as being cool, hey, can I see that other hand? He's like, nah. You're like, well, that's uncomfortable. You just got a shattered front windshield. Clearly he's agitated.
This is the kind of call that give cops depends.
Oh, dude. The pucker factor is 12. This is migrating for the winter, got feathers, quacking like a duck in a V formation. Like, this is all the big, huge, massive red flags. So I'm with Millennial. I would not personally be, and it's just because I'm got to protect myself in these situations. But yeah, if you're the backup on this, you need to key up that he's a little too relaxed and protect him from himself.
Well, no one's saying he was knocked out. Calm down. Hey, come on.
Another red flag.
Don't do that. Right off that. Put the truck off. Put the truck in park. Yeah, we got guys back there. I don't want you to run everyone around. I know you don't want to hurt anybody, but we don't want you to hurt yourself, bud. It'd be nice if we could just work something out. We're just putting stuff down.
It's stop sticks.
Well, maybe it gets to that. Will it get through the tread on that?
I mean, they've been successful at blowing fire engine tires, so yes.
Oh, no kidding. Well, there you go.
Incidentally.
Totally on accident.
Yeah, was complete X.
Don't do that. It's not the park door. Just cut the truck off. Don't do that.
Apparently, you're gonna need those stop sticks now, so there we go.
Oh, I hear it going.
Well, now you got a whole bunch of flat tires. Okay, well, don't do that. We don't.
He said he'd drive to the wheels fall off. That's called intent.
Dangerous situation. We're telling you to cut the truck off. Come out and talk. Yes. I want to talk about why you just drove over and flattened all the tires on your truck. Listen, put that set in there. Put it in off.
Is my boy holding a taser?
Yes.
What in the... I hate y'all. But where's Axon? They did this to us. They did this to us.
They're not losing points. They're not gaining any either.
It's a non-factor. It just pisses me off that it happened.
This is definitely a problem-solving call. It's just,
bro. For the people watching at home, somebody make a sticker out of this fool. Like, oh, it's tasty.
Tasty.
Oh,
maybe the electrical current will affect the ECM and take the battery out of pocket, even though it's a diesel and it runs on compression.
God, that's wild, man. That's crazy. I hate this guy. He seems compliant. Let's continue to approach him. He seems very compliant.
Hey, newsflash, this is when you get in your vehicle and turn the siren off.
You got a PA?
Let me get in there.
Get in there.
Okay.
All his tires are pretty much hit with them, so it's just a matter of time to front out.
Right, nowhere for him to go. Unless he goes across the median.
He's on PCP.
PCP. He's SIGs in there, laying everywhere. That or meth. It's one of the ones. One or the other.
You knew this.
No disagreement there. Yeah, this is not the time for that side approach. We got to start thinking tactics now.
Yeah, I mean, like.
So, I'm not going to lie. My first thought would be like, hey, Costco, can we borrow a rig?
Honestly. Hey, look.
Let's pin this sucker with a rig.
Something. I mean,
you got Swift there, by the way. Swift will do some Swift stuff.
Hey, you want to be a hero? If I drive it, you don't get in trouble. If you drive it, I get it. You might lose your, your commercial license, but can I commandeer this? Can I threaten you to do something? We got to stop this thing. Because really, he gets out of that parking lot and starts driving around. The discussion comes out about shooting this guy in the vehicle because it's like something we can't pit, something we can't really stop. This thing could have enough mileage on it with fuel to go for a hot minute, like to the point where we might not even be able to keep up with it, right? But not from a speed standpoint.
Even though the stop sticks were effective at starting to remove the air from those tires, you understand the type of tires that vehicle has. It's going to be a hot minute till they tear apart, and in that rain, they're not going to be hot enough to do that. So, really, he's going to be able to ride on those tires for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a problem solving issue.
But you know what I mean? You're like, well, do we let the methed out 18-wheeler driver keep going? Or
I'm happy to say that no one stepped in front of the 18-wheeler yet. So there is hope.
Hey, there is hope.
There's hope.
There's hope.
Well, his front tires are full.
Dang.
This is going to get dangerous, dude. We're just going to have to stop it.
Yeah, this is the driving tires.
Terry, can I talk to you for a second? Look, there's a lot of innocent people around here. We don't want anyone to get hurt, especially not you. Just talk to me for a second,
This
okay?
works.
We're not doing nothing.
Too
Please
much.
don't move.
Too
We're
much.
Please, Terry.
Too much.
What do we even do with this? I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, somebody's going to have to make a decision.
No.
That
Not
should be you.
somebody. That's going to be you, homie.
That's going to be you, Ruddy. You're the one that's taking the time to talk to this fool. You checked the box. You attempted to de-escalate. Nothing here required. Now it's the time for.
Well, and he's the one. He's the one with all the information. You were the one talking to him. You're the one saying he's got PCP or he's high on meth or, you know what I mean? Like, nobody else could answer those questions for you.
He's lethal right now.
100%.
This is a lethal. This is a pseudo lethal force encounter. We got to get that 18-wheeler stopped somehow.
So there was a I don't want to call it like a philosophy, but there was definitely like a unwritten rule that if you didn't see someone getting it, you would yell at them. So if I'm standing there trying to IPC my way into this meth fueled 18-wheeler, Millennial, being the kind soul that he is, probably grabs me by the arm. He's like, look, I'm not trying to be an asshole and walk in your call here, but like, we got to call a spade, yeah? Like, we're probably not talking our way out of this. Like,
my reputation precedes me as not saying that and just doing that.
Well, that too. There's that too. But like, if I'm not picking up that we're in danger, right? Like, hey, yo, dog. You notice everyone else has got a gun out, and like you're sitting here, legs crossed, like kind of hanging out. You're being robbed from BP right now, and I need you to not do that.
It's like, hey, Jerry, hey, we're done talking. Let's do this.
Right. So protect him from himself, kind of thing. And if you see somebody that's clearly missing the mark here, or potentially this is a very normal psychological coping mechanism, he doesn't want to be there. This officer doesn't want to be making this decision because the weight of the decision's heavy. I totally get it. In my oral boards, the biggest issue that shout out to APD, I mean, they ended up hiring me anyways, but their fear was that I was not going to be willing to use lethal force. Because I was a big softie. I grew up, parents were together. My brother was a upstanding individual. All of my exes weren't crazy crackheads. They're like, this guy doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, very straight laced, and he's going to go work in Ag Town, right? He's going to be in danger. We want to make sure it's a guy that'll be willing to skin the smoke wagon, right? And that's what they hammered me on. And eventually I gave them an answer that was sufficient and got out there and didn't hurt myself. But like, there are people that will just deny. I am not in that situation. This is not that situation. Uvalde is a great example of that, right? They're in denial of the reality of their situation and the fact that responsibility, the buck stops with you. Nobody else can take that responsibility from you if you're the uniformed police officer here. And this deputy's this is called distancing language, right? Somebody's going to have to make a decision. Brother, that is you. You signed up for it.
And I'll be straight. If this were my call, this would be the one and only call where I would legitimately consider what slug I'm putting in my shotgun.
Yeah.
Because that motor is big and he's moving slow enough that I might be able to make this work.
You could argue
Should I have no other option available?
And it's still better.
This is the one and only time as a deputy I'm actually considering the idea of disabling the vehicle with a firearm.
Yeah.
And that's a big hill to climb, and we're getting to that point.
Oh, dude, because like the conversation, like, okay, all right, Millennial, I need you to lay this out for me. You did what? It's gonna be how that conversation with that. Shots fired, vehicles disabled. They're gonna be like, whoa, hold on. Like, there's gonna be an awkward conversation with command staff. It's definitely gonna be.
No, it's gonna be a very nothing else was available. Nothing else would have sufficed, and there's people walking around. So
exactly, but it's definitely. I think a slug into the engine block. It's better than shooting the driver. As a last,
if there's a way you could hit a fuel line direct.
Oh, dude!
Kill the fuel that goes to the engine. You kill the motor. You kill the problem, and then you can work the.
Yeah, arguably, while that thing was sitting there, they could have asked, "Hey, what's the fuel line to that? Is there a way for me to kill this thing while it's here? I'd take a knife, cut a fuel line, right then and there."
That's
sketchy, probably stupid, right? Probably extra dumb. I don't know shit about 18-wheelers.
It's not easy on those 18-wheelers with the big drum being right there. Gotcha. You have to get behind it. There's risk if he drives off while your hands in there.
That's sketchy.
You're kind of connected to it.
Gotcha.
So
didn't know that.
He's at a point now. He's driving like a killdozer.
Yeah.
So
put a round in the gas tank.
Or just the block.
That's true. That's fair.
Put an end to it. Hey, I can't get the door open. We can bust the window and take and do it. It's about the only thing we can do.
It's the only thing.
Right. Hey, do we have any more stop sticks to get the fronts? Anybody else got stop sticks?
Yeah, who wants to volunteer?
Scenario occurring here. So no one knows what to do.
Who wants to volunteer for this? I was not a prepared environment. You good? You ready? You good? This thing swings open. We're all getting kidnapped here, but we can at least get this 18-wheeler stopped.
You tore your whole front end off.
I can't see that guy.
Terry, calm down.
Terry.
Is your medication? Do you have diabetes? Who said that? I said. What are you reaching for? Okay, all right.
He's getting higher by the minute here.
No, I'm good. I have my own water. Well, your truck's leaking fluids everywhere. It's leaking. No, stop. Don't do that.
So the plan is we're gonna try and chalk this thing up. Try to immobilize it.
Chalk an 18-wheeler.
That's not the worst idea.
No.
You gotta get a good quick jack.
I was gonna say you'd need something pretty substantial.
The only benefit is you're at a warehouse that they may actually have something that available.
Cut the truck off, bud. I will feed you. I will get cleaned up, clothes, whatever you need.
The drive tires are there's two in the back, so if you could conceivably lift that rear end off the ground somehow, you can lose it. But the amount of sheer pressure you would need on a jack to do that is
Could you
it's
imagine?
a
You're
big deal.
probably concaving the concrete underneath it by putting all the weight on a jack. You would need a special jack for that, I'm assuming.
It's a specialized, it's a specialized.
We're gonna have to arrest you if you don't stop. Put the truck off and get out of the truck. It's okay. Hey.
We're gonna have to arrest you if you don't stop. I love this guy.
I think we've gone past that point.
Are you on the jack? Make myself clear. We're done. Please.
It's public property.
Watch out.
Technically, I guess. No, it's gate access. It's private.
Yeah, more deputies don't fix this problem, but it is what it is.
It's a weird one because you could argue it's DWI because
he's high.
He's high, but
DUI for
the
us?
caveat, the only caveat is it's controlled access property. So that's where you get touchy. Like, is it public or private? And it's kind of that pseudo public. So you might, because of how many people are there.
Yeah.
But then any good attorney is going to be like, no, it's controlled access. No one else had access to the facility unless they were supposed to be there and he was supposed to be there.
You're not jumping into a moving vehicle. Not a moving one, no. I'm forklift certified.
Well,
I could get behind that thing and
if a forklift has got enough torque, possibly, but
I think you got enough.
Again,
enough beans. It'd be worth a shot.
Not a forklift like a common forklift. You'd want one of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not like a pallet jack. You need like a legit forklift. Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking like construction level forklifts.
You're back there pumping it.
The one with the boom arm.
Yeah, not the freight kind of like forklift. That wouldn't do it. I don't think there's enough beans on that. It's also probably not even heavy enough to like offset the oomph on that.
Stop! You're gonna hurt someone, man.
I'll be honest, I'd have been pumping rounds into that engine block at this point. If you got a shotgun, you got slugs, hell yeah. We figure out, hey, I'd ask him, where do I need to shoot this thing to get it to die? Like,
if someone walked up with an AR-10, I'd be like, thank you.
No kidding. Hey, man, go pull out my non-issued, black tip or green tip ammo. Just something.
Somebody's rocking 7.62 by 51 somewhere.
What is the plan here?
Stop!
To put enough spikes in the tires and the tires go flat.
All over now, bud.
Or he runs over them.
Stop.
That seems to be
Stop. They're gonna put a snow bomb in there. I'm telling you, they're gonna spray you, and it's gonna burn. Get out of there. Walk the door. Get out of the truck. Cut it off. I'm telling you.
Oh, I don't hate spray. I mean, I'm just blinding the guy driving. But I don't know.
It's about to be a bad day. Cut it off, please. I told you, bad stuff's about to happen.
Oh, that's a spicy meatball. Shoving a knife into 18-wheeler tires.
So I don't condone this, but they're trying to use oleoresin capsaicin to affect the driver. As one guy slashing the tires.
Yeah.
So there's a problem with that there. You start taking someone's vision out of pocket while they're operating a moving vehicle, makes it even more dangerous.
Yeah, that's my only fear. Is I don't think it motivates them to get out either. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Let's CS grenade the guy from a 40 millimeter. See how that goes. Pyrotechnic round inside of a flammable container.
You don't cut the truck off.
Oh, he's using a Halligan. Well, shout out to you, boy.
Cut it off. Mr. Harris, please cut it off.
That's a hole. I think
that's going to get the air out faster.
I'm not the window open. Windows open. Windows open. Side windows open. He's going to run out of room back here, bud.
My plan is when he stops, we're going to spray him or gas him.
We tend to want to immobilize vehicles before introducing things that affect vision, breathing.
So he's running next to it, seeing the guy. Interesting. Also, the guy that's high on meth. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
OC, good OC! Stop the truck now! Stop the truck and cut it off!
That's brave.
Cut it off! You're gonna get it again! Stop! got the whole.
He's trying everything. As long as they don't pull out a canine, I'm okay.
Okay, and he's good. Go. He's good. Go ahead.
Where's he going?
Hey, get out of the truck. Harry, stop the truck.
He's leaving the facility.
Are we pointing a taser at this guy?
Stop the truck, Harry.
I hate him for that. The Halligan man.
Oh, here comes the six-banger.
There you go.
And tires out. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Get out of the truck.
Finally, entry.
Taser, taser, taser.
Good deployment.
It's still a mobile vehicle.
Stop. Cut the truck off. A-Hook, get out. A-Hook, get out.
There's the rookie getting in there, getting after it. I respect it. We got to give some points. I will give some points to Taser here. 0 here.
Stop the truck! Stop the truck! Stop!
Yeah, don't get kidnapped.
Hey, there's a dead body in here!
Let's secure the driver, and we'll worry about that later.
Get out of the truck! Get out of the truck now! There's a body in here! Start
As soon as he saw that dead body, it got really ignorant.
What's up there? There's a body in here! Start EMS! Got it! Come in.
You gonna contribute to this arrest? How again? Why don't you go up there and go deal with the body?
That wasn't the rookie. That was Jerry that jumped up there. And
was it
tased him.
Jerry? Oh, shout out to Jerry.
Ma'am, are you okay?
I don't know if that's his name, but I'm calling him Jerry because it's
Ma'am, are you okay?
It's Jerry.
Let's get her out.
It's Jerry.
Ma'am.
She's stuck.
Let's check the vitals.
She's
P4, buddy. P4.
She's rigor mortis. She said rigor mortis.
Yeah, I was gonna say you better check for rigor and lividity real quick.
He been gone.
Yeah.
Can somebody loosen these cuffs?
Can somebody loosen these cuffs? You know what? Points to suspects for sense of humor. Okay.
I mean, at that point, their sphincters are so tight. I don't think those cuffs are coming loose, much less their sphincters.
No kidding.
Let's get him away from
Yeah.
so they can do
No, custodies. Jerry, eastbound and down. Come on, man.
Sit down, Mel. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Don't move.
What did it say?
You need to sit down on the curb.
Yeah, this is Jerry as a race car driver.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. All right. Sit down.
sugar daddy shirt. Oh.
Don't move. You good? Yeah, you got any? Yeah.
The truck
I just got cuts on my hands, but I'm good.
sus.
Huh? Hey, you got a rag real quick before I put that on there?
Yeah, believe it or not, there's truck drivers out there that them and their wives will travel together, across country in that small containing unit, and just that's where they live.
Man.
EMS over there.
And you don't know relation. That could be a significant other,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
or you really picked up at the last truck stop.
I was gonna say, you got a lizard back there. You know?
Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford it, you won't be pointed to by the state of Maryland.
Yeah, if this guy's weird, you might be lucky that's the only one back there.
Oh, thank God for hand sanitizer.
The driver of the semi-truck was identified as 46-year-old Matthew Sidney Watley. The victim found dead inside the cab was 46-year-old Candace Thompson. Although the incident unfolded in Maryland, both were from Sicklerville, New Jersey, and known to be domestic partners. According to investigators, their relationship had a documented history of domestic violence in Winslow Township. Thompson had suffered 2 large gashes to her back, and officers recovered a claw hammer and 2 folding knives from the driver's side door. Watley was indicted on 1 count of first-degree murder and 1 count of second-degree murder. Ultimately, Watley would later plead guilty to second-degree murder, and in October 2025 was sentenced to 40 years in prison, the maximum penalty under Maryland law.
This is a call when you walk.
That's wild. Ooh. Oh, one video got hidden. Sus.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
Results matter?
It is a results matter. Reasons matter. It is a non-traditional call. You're not going to get a call like that.
Totally agree.
For the rest of your career.
There is no playbook for that. Truly.
There is no playbook for that. Yeah. They used every resource available to get that thing stopped until they made the decision to extract. So
30
on non-traditional call like that, I'm giving a little bit more. I'm saying it's even 50. Put it back to work.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I think the non-traditional nature of the call lent itself to we are outside the standard playbook, and it's going to take a minute for them to really work through the problem. But there's some things from a tactics perspective to be worth having, and the main thing is getting the vehicle out of motion,
right,
to the best of your ability, and they did it using the tools that they had.
I was going to say they only had Halligans and OC spray,
and that's all that can be expected of them when it comes down to it. Yeah. Thinking outside the box, like I'm looking around going, what's the biggest thing around me? Well, I see a bunch of freaking 18-year-olds. It's cool. Who has one? Right. But that's a higher level of thinking. And that's normally outside the playbook.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like they are not setting this up for you in academy. They're not going over this in service. Like this just isn't. I've never answered this call for sure.
High risk stops on an 18-wheeler are a whole nother bear. And the only caveat to that is the ability that if you have any compliance, that's kind of your saving grace. Because again, as you can see, it's a giant moving ram going through a parking lot.
Liam, goodbye. And to everybody else that's here, Frag.
Good night, Liam.
Did we hit the like goal? I can't see it. Hold on. Chat, let me know if we hit the like goal. They're typically pretty on.
75 likes on my
y'all, that's weak.
We had 122 watching a minute ago.
As a commercial vehicle unit for a reason. Well, they're only doing I don't think they're doing high risk stops. They're just, hey, your stuff's out of compliance. But,
I reloaded it. It says 89.
Well, there it is. Well, no goal, but we will be back on Thursday. Thank Millennial for hanging out with me. I already been solo this whole time. So you know what? I'll give an extra 20 to Deputas for Millennial service. Thank you for your service, brother.
I'm happy to ride in the passenger seat with the master, sir. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Thank the Vigilantes for putting the list together, and we will see the rest of you guys on Thursday. Go check out the Zootopia episode. It was a lot of work to put together, and Juan is very proud of it.
It was a solid episode.
I actually really enjoyed the movie. It was kind of wild. I did not expect to enjoy it, but I did. No Vigilantes, not Vigilantes. What do you mean? I said yes to Vigilantes. I'm going to end it before they hit 100. Oh, they hit it. Damn it. Hold on. Okay, I'll give you guys points. Yeah, you guys hit it. I bless it. Good night to everyone. Ivana, good night. Oh, I'm proud of Juan. Okay, I'm off.